If you're outside, please come in. Ẹ káàárọ̀, Inakwana, Òtútù ọma, Maichi, Olodudu, Emesiere ndị ver. Bonjour. Buenos dias. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests here present, and those joining virtually. It's so good to have you join us today for the formal launch of the new tribe of Patriots at a global village square. Round of applause for yourself, please. This promises to be engaging, motivating, exciting, and captivating, packed with lots and lots of discussions and conversations. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. By way of starting, I'd like to request Mr. Tanko Yunusa and Mrs. Ngozi Eze to please come forward for the opening prayer. Mr. Tanko Yunusa and Mrs. Ngozi Eze.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I've always believed power of Quran because it's a book that was sent to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, somebody who cannot read nor write. But then there's a verse in the Quran which covers the full 60 verses of the Quran. The verse in that Quran is just like the Lord's Prayer. It is the most powerful foundation and recitation of the whole of Quran. It summarizes it, yet it has about 7 points on it. It is that verse that I'm going to read to cover this particular congregation and at the same time to cover our well-beloved country. Today is the 1st of October as our Independence Day. That may God Almighty Allah continue to guide us with good leaders that can help in transforming this country. This country lacks nothing, but the major thing that we lack is our good leaders. So I'm reciting the good Surah Al-Fatiha as a point of contact with Almighty Allah God. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Malik Yawmiddin. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta alaihim ghairil maghdubi alaihim waladdallin. Amen. By translation, he said, Almighty Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, you alone we worship. You alone we seek for guidance. Guide us to the right path. Guide us to the right path. Guide us to the right path. Not the path of those who bestow upon your anger, but the path of those who bestow upon your favor. In the name of Almighty Allah, we pray. Amen.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to pray in Jesus' mighty name. Almighty and everlasting Father, the creator of the heavens and the earth, the one who was, who is, and who is forever, eternal God, our Father. We thank you for this wonderful opportunity and the privilege to gather in your presence at this moment, Lord. Lord, we know that today did not come to you by surprise, and it is a very strategic day for us Nigerians. The day we are marking our 46th anniversary, the 46 years we've gained independence. Lord, we thank you. We give you praise. We give you glory. We give you honor because you've made Nigerians so great. You've blessed us with all manner of resources, human resources, material resources, mineral resources. You made us great, God. For this, we appreciate you. We say thank you so much in Jesus Christ's mighty name. Father, we know that you know how far we have come, how far we've messed up, deteriorated. Lord God Almighty, we humble ourselves before you and say we are sorry. We repent of all the years we've plundered this nation, all the years we've managed this nation, all the years we've stolen from ourselves. Father, we repent. We say we are sorry. Forgive us, O Lord, in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Father, we have gathered this morning to align with you concerning Nigeria, that you've ordained Nigeria as a great nation and Nigerians are great people. Father, we thank you for this gathering, oh God. We pray that your will concerning this gathering be done in the name of Jesus Christ. We thank you for all the resource persons, the conveners of this, oh Lord, who have called us to make us believe that the dry bone shall rise again. According to Ezekiel 37, the dry bone shall rise again. If we don't believe that Nigeria shall rise again, we won't be coming. Father, we align with you. Nigeria shall rise again. Father, we be great. We remember when dollars was just $2 against $1 or even less. Father, we remember, oh Lord. By this time, we will have gone even 46 years but further, progressively beyond when we got independence. But Lord, we know that you will help us. We've gathered this morning. We hand over the program from beginning to the end. We ask that you direct us aright. That Nigeria will be people under God. People will establish in righteousness. Father, people will establish in integrity. Father, in good morals, in fear of God. Thank you, Abba Father. Cover the whole arena with the blood of Jesus. Father, we will listen. And as we listen, we will understand and we go forward, oh God, and implement and act accordingly, that Nigeria will rise again, that your name be glorified. For in Jesus Christ's mighty name we have prayed. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. Let me go back. Please let's jam our hands together for them. Let's keep clapping for them till they get to their seats. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, I'd ask that we please rise for the national anthem. Please let's stand, please.
Nigeria will rise up again. 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 God will heal our land, restore us anew. Nigeria will rise up again. God will heal our land, restore us anew. Nigeria will rise up again. One more time. Nigeria will rise up again. 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 God will heal our land, restore us anew. Nigeria will rise up again. God will heal our land, restore us anew. Nigeria will rise up again.
Let's take it one more time, please.
Nigeria will rise up again. 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 God will heal our land, restore us anew. Nigeria will rise up again. God will heal our land, restore us anew. Nigeria will rise up again.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Real quick, please, I don't know if we'll have this with us. Let's open to the page 3, please. We'll take the 7-point vouch. Are we there, please? Okay. Page 3. One, two, go. Have I strived for personal integrity in my dealings with neighbor, community, and country? Have I considered justice and fairness to all in my choice? Have I considered that the future of my country is in my hands? Have I reflected on our diversity as strength, not weakness? Have I come to trust that grit can make dreams come true? Have I lived Ubuntu? I am because we are. Do I believe that to serve is to live and to live is to serve? Let's take it one more time, please. Have I strived for personal integrity in my dealings with neighbor, community, and country? Have I considered justice and fairness to all in my choice? Have I considered that the future of my country is in my hands? Have I reflected on our diversity as strength and not weakness? Have I come to trust that grit can make dreams come true? Have I lived Ubuntu? I am because we are. Do I believe that to serve is to live and to live is to serve? Thank you so much, everyone. Let's please be seated. I'd expect that when we get home and in our workplaces and everywhere, we reflect and meditate on these 7 points and make them a part of our daily vouch. Thank you so much. Up next, we'll be having a video, a conversation with Nigeria. It's a short video. Help us with that, please. I'd like for us to all listen. It's a first conversation.
Before starting my conversation with the Nigerian people this hour, please permit me to share briefly the contents of an intriguing exchange between an African and an American on board a flight to Boston, United States. The white American said to the African, let's, for a moment, put our skin pigmentations, this black and white crap aside. Tell me, my friend, what is the difference between you and me? Absolutely none, the American responds to his own question. Scientists in the Human Genome Project have proved that you and I are 99.9% the same. All white, Asian, Latino, and Black people on this aircraft are the same. And yet I feel superior, he smiled. Every white person on this plane feels superior to a Black person. The white guy who picks up garbage, the homeless white trash on drugs, feels superior to you no matter his status or education. That's not a nice thing to say. The African protested, but the American continued anyway. You see, poor and uneducated Africans are the most hardworking people on earth, said the American. I saw them in Lusaka markets and on the street of Nairobi selling merchandise. I saw them in villages toiling away. I saw women crushing stones to sell, and I wept. I said to myself, where are the African intellectuals? Are the African engineers so insensitive they cannot invent a simple stone crusher or a simple water filter to purify well water for those poor villages? Or sort out the drainage system to make biogas or reverse purification systems? Oh, are you telling me that after 37 years or more of independence, your university school of engineering has not produced a scientist or an engineer who can make simple small machines for mass usage? And you fly into Boston with me, and all of you Africans in the diaspora are just as lazy and apathetic to their country. You are here calling yourselves graduates, researchers, and scientists, and fast at articulating your credentials once asked. I'm a PhD, I'm a doctor, and so forth and so on. Look, as long as you are dependent on my plan, I shall feel superior, and you, my friend, shall remain inferior. How about that? The African wept. Well, you who is watching me now, are you shocked, moved, or indifferent over this true story? Let me tell you. It is a persistent observation in Scripture that God seldom uses foreigners to liberate a nation or people in captivity. And it has never been with more than one person each time he decides to do so. Look, most times the liberation comes from a capable, concerned, and chosen citizen domiciled in a foreign land, a distance away from the country and people in bondage. Now, this principle or code is firmly active and verifiable in the present day economic and leadership transformations of Singapore, Israel, Malaysia, Qatar, Russia, Dubai, and some African countries. Now, the reason is simple. Endemically corrupt and massively mismanaged nations and citizens in bondage like ours, yes, cannot be liberated by the same inhabitants or politicians infested with the same evil that holds the country and people down. It is a proven fact. You check it yourself. Therefore, Nigeria cannot be an exception to this universal code for successful national liberation, freedom, peace, and prosperity. Meaning, Nigeria can never be successfully and swiftly liberated by the crop of recycled, non-value-adding, jobless, and endemically corrupt politicians on parade today in our country. No matter the origin, color, or name of the coalition they hide under. So don't be deceived. Don't be deceived. Be alert. Now, my fellow citizen, my name is Israel Nonyaran Davidson, a senior academic at the Newcastle Business School in the United Kingdom, one of the top 1% business schools in Europe. You see, like Nehemiah of the biblical firm, the social, political, and other events in our country have touched not only my heart, but conscience too. The whole world is in shock over the turn of events in our country. These have far-reaching implications, particularly in conditioning the world's view of Nigerians and the Black race in general. Look, the reason for our economic and political states today, or why other races continue to feel superior despite our intellectual and other capabilities, are not too complex to figure out. For example, recently, Associate Professor Chono raised major concerns about the makeup of the Nigerian political arena and leadership. I quote, "In Nigeria, it is easier for dropouts, the incompetent, inexperienced, corrupt, and men of illegitimate and unmerited wealth to secure government appointments and political power." Unquote. Consequently, our politicians are acutely sick, S-I-C, meaning selfish, incompetent, and corrupt. A cocktail of these three evils delivers nothing but a failed state, a failed state. Now watch this. For their incompetence, insensitivity to the plight of the average Nigerian, and lack of patriotism, they compensate themselves with extremely generous salaries and pension scheme beyond the reach of leaders of free and prosperous economies, like the US, UK, China, Singapore, and Dubai. You remain silent, suffering and smiling. Why? Now, let me give you some statistics that might shake you. In a recent statement in the Guardian News, Sanusi Lamido drew the attention of the nation to the outrageous salary scale of our legislators. I quote, a senator receives 36 million naira monthly. Monthly. At this rate, half the monthly salaries of all the 109 current senators will provide gainful employment to more than 21,000 Nigerians at a monthly salary of 90,000 naira each. A member of the House of Representatives receives 25 million naira monthly. Nigeria has 360 members in the House of Representatives. Half of their salaries can employ more than 48,000 Nigerians who can live comfortably at over 90,000 naira monthly, unquote. Here's additional information. According to former Governor Peter Obi, I quote, none of you knows what a governor earns. Quote me anywhere. It is something you can't imagine, unquote. Look, in the current economic climate, this is not only daylight robbery, but also an unpardonable injustice that must be corrected urgently with your help. You may have noticed recently how these politicians are wasting millions of naira and other currencies on marrying each other to protect their ruling class. Erection of churches, mosques, and worthless sculptures of foreign heads of state. They even have the audacity to televise these lavish weddings as though royalty or a national event. Though shocked and angry, you remain silent. Why? Other politicians are empowering their youth with goats, tea skills, and wheelbarrows, while leaders of Dubai, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait are fortifying the future of generations through investment in education, technology, infrastructure, and tourism. Meanwhile, these same Nigerian politicians have their children in Europe and America empowered not with goats, tea skills, or wheelbarrows, but world-class education and proceeds of corruption. Wow, what a country. Now, though concerned, we only express our anger and frustration on social media. And the next day, it is business as usual. Meanwhile, Nigerian civil servants and pensioners remain unpaid for months. Educational institutions and hospitals are massively underfunded. And Nigerians are paying with their lives every day. The insensitivity of Nigerian politicians is beyond reason and boundaries. For example, in a recent press statement, President Obasanjo lamented, I quote, and it is a sad symptom of insensitivity and callousness that some governors, a day after 73 victims were being buried in a mass grave in Benue State, without condolence, were jubilantly endorsing President Buhari for a second term. The timing was unfortunate, unquote. Yet we remain silent. In the meantime, corruption and lack of accountability continue unabated. For example, according to the federal government, Nigerian agencies comprising Department of Customs, Nigerian Ports Authority, and Federal Inland Revenue Services generated 3.9 trillion naira in 2017, in addition to 10 trillion naira from oil and gas. In the same period, crude oil price increased from $27 to $70 per barrel. Production increased from 800,000 barrels per day to 2 million per day, 150% growth. In 2017, EFCC recovered more than 437 billion naira made up of foreign and local currencies. Now, as at the end of 2016 fiscal year, EFCC had recovered over 400 trillion naira loot. Yet, According to Pastor Tunde Bakri, if you really know the truth, how much we owe as a nation, you will cry for this and future generation. You will cry for yourself. PDP borrowed 6 trillion naira in 16 years. APC has borrowed 11 trillion naira in 3 years. Now, here is the irony. Here's the irony. Despite these colossal amounts, borrowed, recovered, or earned, our nation is unable to fund 8.6 trillion naira budget for 2018 without resorting to further borrowing. Yet, the Senate remains impotent. The House of Assembly is silent and sleeping. And the Nigerian people act hypnotized. What a people, what a nation. Do you still wonder why some races continue to feel superior? And their embassies and governments treat Nigerian citizens and government as assholes. Today, the corruption level in our country has degenerated to bizarre tales of rats, monkeys, and snakes, swallowing millions of naira. You have grass-cutting fraud in millions of naira, award of billions of dollar contracts without due process, and warehousing of money in different countries at different locations, all with no deterrent penalties. We remain silent and instead prefer to flood foreign embassies with visa applications for access to their homeland. Why? Why? According to the latest World Bank report, Nigeria suffers from persistent acute poverty and now ranks as one of the poorest countries in the world. Our nation is under delivering prosperity to its citizens due to SIC, selfishness, incompetence, and corruption at all levels. At all levels. We all have a share of the blame for these breeds of insensitive, clueless, selfish, corrupt, tribalistic, and unpatriotic politicians. Shame on you. Shame on all of us. Shame on all of you in Nigeria. George Orwell once said, I quote, "Any people that elect corrupt politicians, imposters, thieves, and traitors are not victims but accomplices." Indeed so. Indeed so. Today, you and I are reaping the benefits of our short-sighted electoral decisions and therefore not a victim but an accomplice. There are other voices of concern about the state of our country. I quote, "While we are building the biggest churches, mosques, the Indians, South Africans, Chinese, Europeans, and Americans have taken over our key markets, telecoms, satellite TV, banking, oil and gas, aviation, shopping malls, and hospitality. Ironically, despite our exploits in religions, we are a people with little godliness. It is rare to do business with a Nigerian, be the pastor, deacon, imam, Alhaji, or Alhaja, without the person laying landmines of bribes and deceptions on your path, unquote. We import petroleum that we have in abundance, rice and beans that our land can yield in commercial quantities, and even toothpick that primary school children can produce with little or no effort. We remain a nation that flouts wealth and wallows in ostentation at the time our children are trooping to Ghana, South Africa, and the UK for university education. And our sick people are running to India and UK for treatment, including Mr. President. On the question of injustice and marginalization across our country, the facts are hidden and account in part for security issues today, particularly in the North. While Southern indigenes have a legitimate claim of marginalization, may I also draw your attention to the silent reality in the North. It is important you're aware of this. Our northern citizens are perhaps the most marginalized and misinformed of all groups in Nigeria by their own elites. Now listen to this. Vanguard 11, March 2014 states, I quote, "Northern politicians and military leaders have been the bane of the North and Nigeria. They have grown fat at the expense of the poor. They deliberately kept the Northerners poor, uneducated, ill-informed, and preferring to feed them from the crumbs falling from their table," unquote. So you see, the youth of the North are indoctrinated to serve the needs of the elite, conditioned with half-baked education that leaves them disadvantaged beyond the federal civil service system, and brainwashed with ideologies that keep them blind of developments, progress, and peace in Saudi Arabia, Dubai, and Kuwait, the heart of Islam. Look, we must liberate the youths of the North to their full potential. If Nigeria is to witness a rebirth of the fortunes and historical landmarks of the region and achieve the status of a united and progressive country. Indeed, we must. Well, on education, let me say this briefly. The quality of our education system generally has deteriorated considerably. I'm sure you know that. In most Nigerian universities, we now have what the human rights lawyer, Mr. Femi Falana, rightly defines as Yahoo professors. Yes, indeed. Here's an example. In a recent world ranking of universities, only one Nigerian institution made it to the first 1,000. Even then, it ranked number 801 position. 801. Now, as Chris Hedges observed, I quote, "We now live in a nation where doctors destroy health. Lawyers and judges destroy justice. Universities destroy knowledge. Governments destroy freedom. The press destroys information. Religion destroys morals. And our banks destroy the economy," unquote. Fellow Nigerian, these hallmarks of corruption, injustice, mediocrity, and marginalization must be addressed sooner rather than later. Well, that's not all. That is not all. As of today, human life is no longer sacred in our country. In fact, the life of a Fulani cow is valued more than the life of citizens by our government and occultism. Indeed so, yes. Now, fellow countrymen and women, we need to take action. We need to work hard. We need to unite. We need to reprogram the mindset of our nation, redefine and communicate what constitutes hard work, merit, quality, world-class performance, and wealth in our country. We need to rehabilitate our country's image, increase national productivity and wealth, and improve standard of living and security for all, North and South. It is important. We must restructure this nation to make it locally and internationally competitive, make it function better, more productive, more united, and economically, technologically, and militarily stronger. Enough is enough. Now, as Charlie Boy put it, our mumu don't do. We must reclaim our country. The handwriting is now on the wall. We must all agree now that a new era of hope is possible. Our time to reclaim this country is now. Now and now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together. Having listened to that clip, are you shocked by the turnout of things and events in the country? Are you disturbed about the political leadership of our nation? Are you pained as to how our commonwealth are being wasted on frivolities? Or are you an accomplice? I will let you ponder on those questions while I invite a man who has been honored locally and globally. A man who is active on the international speaking circuit on the subject of growth, economics, comparative development, amongst a host of others. A man who has collaborated with the Center for Strategic and International Studies in Washington and Chatham House in the UK. He is a professor of political economy, a fellow of the Institute of Management Consultants of Nigeria. He is the founder of the Center for Value in Leadership. He is none other than our Professor Pat Utomi. Let's keep clapping our hands together as we make welcome Professor Pat Utomi for the welcome and introductory remark. Keep clapping, please. Keep clapping. Keep clapping.
Thank you. Thank you, Abraham. Please, let's be seated. Thank you all so very much. I'm sure after watching that, you can guess why I wanted us to begin with that. The wake-up call. Dear friends, compatriots, I have come to speak to an idea whose time has come. I've been repeatedly asked why another movement. You know, Nigeria, we get exhausted very quickly. We've seen many movements, we've seen many activities. Another one, so what? And I thought it important to begin by making the point that if we do not start another one, we may just be in Somalia very soon. Or actually Sudan. How many of you are pleased watching news broadcasts of what's going on in Sudan? But that is the trajectory of the direction we're traveling to when citizens do nothing as the world decays around them and a few smart Alex capture their state. This is why it is important to look at problems and ask self what we could do to solve these problems. I used to teach a course called organizational learning. And the whole idea is how you get a return on experience. If you experience something, how do you learn and apply the learning so that you are further up the learning curve? And this initiative is about getting a return on the experiences that we have had. What is at the heart of these experiences that we have had? Experiences we have had suggest a number of things. As a person who's tried to follow trends globally, different countries, how they have gone through challenges, overcome them, those that didn't overcome, and all of that, I have come to a number of fairly simple conclusions. One is that values shape human progress. This is not original to me, actually. In the mid-90s, I spent a year on sabbatical at the Harvard Business School working on a book titled Managing Uncertainty. During that period, there was a great colloquium from out of Harvard College on how values shape human progress. That conversation started with a theme offered by a former Harvard professor who became a politician. His name, Daniel Patrick Moynihan. Daniel Patrick Moynihan basically offered us what is referred to as the two truths. And basically says that the central conservative, because it was asked the question, what's the difference between Democrats and Republicans? Some of you all believe in capitalism and all. So what's the difference? Since there's a major difference between a Democrat and a Republican. Democrat is a liberal. A Republican is a conservative. And basically what each believes can be captured in what he calls says the central conservative truth is that it is not politics, but culture that is valued, that is responsible for the progress of a society. Now, the central liberal truth is that politics can change a culture and save it from itself. And so, Republicans say, look, family values, follow the way that our founding fathers did it, and all of that. And Democrats say, we can have social engineering. But the end of social engineering is to actually bend culture in a certain direction that people to progress. So fundamentally, progress is dependent on culture, on your values. And if you look at Nigeria, the one clear thing is the collapse of culture. The values have gone south. I mean, people don't have a sense of shame anymore. Our political class is an embarrassment. There is going to be a corner in part of the conversations today that will speak to a desire, a movement to recall the entire National Assembly. Because it is useless to Nigeria. In spite of the money they consume, National Assembly contributes next to nothing to valuable forward movement in our country. But that will be spoken to. Values matter. And so how do we bring about a values revolution by the people, which will then determine progress? So this was boiling in me. Second thing that was boiling, the recognition that institutions are important for human progress. In fact, the bulk of work today suggests that central to what has separated the poor from the rich in human civilization is the role that institutions play. Whether they are historians like the British historian Neil Ferguson, or they are economic historians and economists like Douglas North, whether they are political scientists like Ilnor Linostrom, all written about institutions and human progress. So there's a consensus today in the world that institutions are very critical for progress. What has happened to our institutions in Nigeria? But they get weaker by the day. Our political class specializes in demolishing our institutions. Today, the Nigerian judiciary is considered a joke around the world. Nobody takes it seriously. Investors don't come to Nigeria because they say to you, if I have a dispute with a partner in Nigeria, going to court is a waste of time. Complete waste of time. And so they go to a country where the returns can be less, but where at least they know there's some justice that can be obtained from the courts. Electoral Commission is a laughing stock. After what we saw last year, we saw in Edo, what is likely to happen the next time you say election, no Nigerian bothers to go. Who thinks, what's the point in going? Because this is a joke. So institutions matter. What are institutions? They set boundaries to human conduct that are acceptable. Anything outside of the boundary, there is a sanction. But in Nigeria, no, this is a joke. Let's say, oh, what happened here? No, you crushed them, thank God. Hey, hey, hey. We pop champagne. Thank God. And we don't think that the future of our country is affected by what has just happened. No society makes progress that way. And so this country of great potential, as we celebrate 64, is still crawling. It has become the place of domicile of the poorest people on the planet. Brookings study a few years ago showed how in Nigeria than India, that is 7 times our population. That should make anybody feel shame. In fact, in that same year, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation study showed that in 20 years, between Nigeria and Congo DRC, they will account for more than 60% of the most poor people on the planet. Ironically, Both Nigeria and Congo DRC are amongst the most naturally endowed countries on the planet. How? How? Explain to me how the richest can become the poorest. Can become if they don't have leaders. It can become when their leaders constitute an army of occupation. This is what the experience of DRC and Nigeria really have been. Now, take this country where this is the outcome, and you look at their most important endowment, their people. Well, as many of you know, I've been spending a lot more time these days in the United States as a fellow out there. And one of the things that I've learned living there is that 70% of the black doctors in that country that treasures healthcare, 70% are Nigerian. Around the corner from me is a state called Maryland. The other day I was fascinated to learn that 10% of all the pharmacists, not black pharmacists, all the pharmacists in Maryland are Nigerian. The numbers now suggest, because pharmacists, doctors, these are among the most highly paid professionals, statistics are now suggesting that Nigerians are perhaps on the cost of being the single most well-off ethnic nationality group. This is a country, people from a country that cannot function. Something is wrong. And if we do nothing about it, something is wrong with all of us. This is why we meet. So the new tribe, the movement of Nigerians committed to personal integrity, inclusion, the dignity of all, the work ethic, and the spirit of service that enkindles the John F. Kennedy mantra, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Starting point of this movement is the values that we own personally, not we say people should live out. One of the first things that we will do this morning is listen to a remarkable gentleman who has chased this path for a long time. Nearly 30 years ago, I met a gentleman called Soji Apampa. And Soji has been part of an initiative that's called the Convention on Business Integrity. Part of their recognition was the fact that, like the speaker was saying in the video we just watched, corruption is dragging Nigeria to hell. Businessmen really can do something about this. Businessmen say, we won't give you. We will not take that corruption will come down. Nigeria will make progress. So Soji began to work with others to see how they could get businessmen to publicly come out and say, I will not give, I will not take. I was privileged about a quarter of a century ago, I don't remember exactly what date it was, maybe he will remember. They came to the Chamber of Commerce, the Council of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce, to make a presentation in that regard. I think there were more than 60 of the leading business people in Lagos, in that chamber that day. When they finished, and they wanted volunteers to come out and say, I will not give a bribe, I will not take a bribe. And I think only 3 people, I believe, were willing to do that. I am pleased and thankful to God that I was one of those 3 people. And the managing director of Cadbury Nigeria, who is a man that has mentored me for many years, Dr. Christopher Kolade, was one of those 3 people. We have to return to those beliefs. Yesterday, I was chatting with the dean of the Lagos Business School, Professor Chris Ogechi. And we came to a very interesting conclusion. Do you know that people who refuse to give tend to get more? Why? I said, that useless man or that useless company, they won't give. Just give them their own, let them go. Let us deal with those who will give us. And they tend to get what they want without giving. Nearly 40 years ago, the early startup days of the Lagos Business School, we actually wrote a case on the import licensing business of the time. You couldn't get import licenses without bribing people in the Ministry of Trade and Industry. Person responsible at Nigerian Tobacco Company, now late Otumba Digbeso, said he was not going to give. Nigerian breweries was led by a gentleman called Felix Ohiwere. He too refused to give. After a while, they became the ones that first got their licenses. Let's get rid of these people, please, and face people who will do business with us. There is power in our hands that we do not use to stop what is killing our country and keeping us where we are. So on May 1, a portal, the new tribe.ng, was launched. Thanks to Ngozi Odumoko and a number of people who worked at it, with the promise that on October 1, we would be doing what we are doing today, unveiling the new tribe. The frenetic pace since then has produced amazing action plans and strategies. And in the main, what we'll be seeing today is a presentation on those. It is 12 o'clock, nearly 12 o'clock. In about 35 minutes, we will listen. They're waking up so early in the United States to begin presentations to the healthcare cohort. Nigerian doctors all over the world have come together, asking not what their country can do for them, but what they can do for their country. And I will not steal their thunder. I will let Dr. Abiodun Olatidoye, coordinating co-chair of the healthcare cohort, introduce the programs that they have developed for Nigeria of their own resources, with their talent, giving completely free of themselves. Amongst the things that they will speak, one of the colleagues, Dr. Adisa, will speak to an emergency medical services system. Dr. Adisa, when he speaks, we will see that what we should do when there's an accident is not bring out our telephones to start photographing dying people. But our country does not have an emergency medical service system in place. A number of states have been chosen as pilot states. Is the commissioner from Nasarawa State, health commissioner, is in the room? He's in the hotel, so we're here. So we are going to sign an MOU with a number of states on how these diaspora doctors can help introduce these schemes to help healthcare in our country. Because if you take away education and health, you're not making progress. Those are the anchors of progress. The Princeton economist, Angus Deaton, in the book, The Great Escape, Wealth, Health, and the Origins of Inequality, tells it clear. You can see the countries that have made progress from those that have not, from the quality of their health care. So it is important that we take full advantage of the willingness of Nigerian doctors abroad who have been giving back to all of Africa. Every time you go there, they are off on medical missions to Rwanda, Central African Republic, DRC, and all of that. Indeed, as you probably might hear from Dr. Latidoye, his wife, who's also a physician, is leading a medical mission to Opobo in Nigeria in 2 weeks' time. How do we harness all of these and make it change our country for good? Well, it is not a secret that is at the heart of this new tribe movement is the place of the diaspora. Diaspora has a fundamental role to play in the transformation of our country. It happened in the 20th century. The rise of Japan after the Meiji Restoration, India rising, China rising, all of those were majorly on the back of their diaspora. And we are looking the same number. We're also looking for a spirit from our country of Ubuntu. A spirit that I am because we are. We're looking from our country of a spirit of giving so that all of us can make progress. It's fascinating to watch a video just last night about how Botswana built its first university. Every family gave a cow. Every family in Botswana gave a cow. And the cows slaughtered and sold in the UK produced the money that led to the building of the university in Botswana. And you know what? Education is free in the university for all Botswana citizens. How can we have that kind of spirit in our country? The university that the cow built. Actually, they have a cow as a symbol right in front of the university. You know, you saw the video. Now, as I begin to wind up, I want to explain just another thing: the paradox of the movement as a tribe. I'm sure many of you have seen conversations around how the Greeks defined people in society. At the base of society were people who think only of themselves. And those people they called idiots. The next level of people who think of others, but just people who are like themselves because they speak the same language or have the same blood flowing in them or worship the same way. Those people they call tribesmen. And in fascinating research being done at the Center for Moral Cognition at Harvard today by people like Joshua Green and others, one of the things we know about tribesmen is that everybody outside of their tribe, they are perpetually at war with. And if you want to understand that, just check social media in Nigeria. I didn't know it was possible Nigeria could descend the level of kinds of things I see people write about people because of ethnicity. Social media, just no thoughts about it. I can't. But that's what we have become. Tribesmen are completely at war with each other. Of course, when you escape that and you see the universality of the dignity of the human person, and you can live human solidarity, you become a citizen. So what's a movement of citizens doing, calling itself a tribe? Well, because we want this movement of citizens to be bonded like the tribesmen are bonded against people who are divisive in their ways. That is why this is the new tribe. And our program today, because we are a global movement, and this is a town hall meeting, a global town hall meeting. We'll have presentations beginning with the cohort. Now we have 14 cohorts that are based on action agenda, like the healthcare cohort, doctors and other healthcare professionals, change healthcare. We have the public accountability cohort, people like Dr. Sam Amadi and others in that cohort, working out how to hold people in power accountable. We have a cohort on values evangelization. At some point this afternoon, that cohort, which includes people like OBS Ekwesili, Professor Osita Ugu, and Dr. Agatha Chinorom, who is from Sweden, will speak to us on perspective from that cohort, and so on and so forth as action cohorts. But we have what we call organizational cohorts. That is to say, geographic location. Australia is an organizational cohort, organized in Australia. The trade union people, we are all trade unionists. We are in a cohort for trade unionists, and so on and so forth. And so we'll begin with the geographic cohort. We'll mix the geographic cohort and the action cohorts. We will take, for example, cohort from London. Jonathan Ayenabe will present an action cohort based out of the UK will all come together in this presentation. So I want to thank you for the privilege of our gathering today, and to say that one of the questions that have been asked, one or two politicians that we invited said, he said this is non-partisan. I said, yes, it is not ferociously non-partisan. But politicians are welcome to come. Partisan people are welcome to come. But while here, we think only of Nigeria and how to make it better. When we return to our parties, and we have parties, I belong to one, we work on platforms that can be used through processes that are known to apply the things that we have come to an agreement around here. And clearly, one of the things we are coming to an agreement is that Nigerian political parties, as presently constituted, are not good. They are not leading Nigeria anywhere. And that's why we have some party chairmen here. Hopefully, the Brass Okenwosu and I, because of make statements about how the initiative to bring together a major party, and it's not just big party drawing governors from places, because you can then cluster and take over. It must be based on fundamentals. What does the party stand? What are its values? What is its strategy for solving this problem, that problem? How does it open itself to scrutiny? Totally transparent. Not when you are a protester today. Tomorrow you are in power and protesters become treasonable felons. That is not the kind of Nigeria we want to be. I thank you and God bless you.
Keep clapping those hands, please. Keep clapping those hands. Keep clapping those hands. Keep clapping, keep clapping. Keep clapping, please. Fantastic charge there by our able and amiable Professor Patutomi there. You may be seated, please. Turn to the person seated beside you and ask him or her, are you a citizen or a tribesman? Ask the person on the other side, are you a citizen or a tribesman? Are you working actively for the betterment of our dear nation? Please ask yourselves. Thank you so much. Part of what Prof was talking about, he spoke about some people who refused to give shishi, and theirs came out first. For me, I will not give what? Shishi. Will you give shishi? Will you give shishi? All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, I would like to invite a guest with us here. His name is Mr. Soji Apankpa. Mr. Soji will be speaking to us on public accountability. But before Mr. Soji comes here, I'd like to read out a brief of his profile. Soji Apankpa co-founded the Convention on Business Integrity in 1997. He is an executive director for the Convention on Business Integrity and also serves as a consultant on CBI projects. Mr. Apankpa has served as a senior advisor to the UN Global Compact on the 10th principle, which is anti-corruption, and consultant to the interagency task team of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, tasked with the responsibility of developing a national strategy to combat corruption. In his role as a consultant, Mr. Apankpa has carried out numerous assignments for international organizations, including the World Bank, DFID, UNDP, UN Global Compact, Henry Boyle Foundation, and many others. Ladies and gentlemen, jam your hands together as we make welcome Mr. Soji Apankpa.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I'm really pleased to be here to talk about public accountability. I would like to make 5 simple points. And the first point is the point that Prof. Utomi has underlined, which is that values matter. Values matter in tribes. But which tribe do you belong to? It's a new tribe. So what value? There's a central theme running through the conscience of anyone who is in this new tribe, which is that we do things right and we do the right things. Very simple. We do the right things and we do things right. So whether you call it integrity, take any of the values, excellence, how do you become excellent? It's by doing the right things and doing them the right way. You can think of any real value that you cherish. That is what is at the core. So if you look at all the people in Nigeria and all over the world who want to do the right things and do things right for the betterment of this country, they're your tribesmen, they're your tribeswomen. That's how you will recognize members of the new tribe, in my way. So let me start with my own story, because I came back to Nigeria, reverse Japa, in 1991. And I tried to start a business. I raised money from friends and family. It was 600,000 naira. That was 30,000 pounds. I lost money 3 times in a row when what is happening now happened in 1991. It was 9-1 for the dollar. When I was changing money again for Form M, they suddenly changed it to 18 naira to $1. I lost half my money. The next time again, it went to 36 naira to $1. In fact, by the end of 1 year, I was left with like a quarter of the value of the capital that I began with. But I saw how my competitors were doing it. They were doctoring invoices. They will phone China, tell them, please write this on the invoice so that they will not pay the duty and all of that. But I couldn't get involved with that. I represented a Swedish company and it was all against my own values. So I refused to get involved with that, and life was tough. Very, very tough, as life is tough today for us. And all of a sudden, I saw that the Swedish ambassador took an interest in me. 1994 now, from 91, fast forward, and he would suddenly summon me to come to the embassy. And he would very seriously, closed for the day, look me in the face. There's tea, coffee, and everything, and say, so, Mr. Apampa, what are you doing about Mr. Abacha? I say, me? And you thump the table. If young men like you don't do something, I'm sorry for you, your children, and your children's children. If young people like you won't get concerned enough to do, but I say, what can I do? And you thump the table again, think of something. When I got sick and tired of the summonses from this old man, I went to my lawyers at the time, Oshimbaju Kukwaye and Adopaye. They were called at the time and asked, please, what can I do? One professor, Oshimbaju, said, you can start an NGO. I said, what is an NGO? He explained it to me. I said, please, just get me one of those. I need to get this old man off my back because he's harassing me. So that was all I knew, that, okay, and that is how integrity began in 1995. It will be 30 years next year. Thank you very much. So the values matter. And it was the values that actually got me noticed by someone. But then the old man, not too long from then, took ill. They rushed him to Sweden. He died and he never came back. And his voice then jumped in my head. And he was harassing me from inside my head. What are you doing? What are you doing? Until finally I gave up my job to do this full time. You know, and my job at the time, I was the managing director of a German software company for Nigeria by then. But that's a story for another day. So in the new tribe, elders matter, chiefs matter. even ancestors matter. And I will tell you some of our ancestors. Because at the meeting that Professor Tommy talked about, where I met him for the first time, where we went to present to business people, hoping, this was now 2 years after the founding of Integrity, hoping that business people will subscribe to doing the right thing and doing things right. I was told, anti-corruption is anti-government, my son. This is where we get our business. Everything comes from government. So we cannot support anything anti-corruption. I was shocked. And a certain Dr. Christopher Kolade got up and told his colleagues off. Professor Patutomi also got up, and Adekunle Pukoyi. Those were the three people who got up in my defense. And that was how I met one of the elders in the tribe that you're describing today. I met Professor Tommy as an elder. I met Dr. Christopher Kolade as an elder. And I talked about ancestors because it was Dr. Kolade who then introduced us to Mr. Kintola Williams. Said, wherever you need to go, any door you need, just let me know. It's a phone call. And those were the people who made it possible. But many of them have died without seeing the results, without seeing the Nigeria they were hoping for. Those are our ancestors, in my view. We still have some of our chiefs and our elders here, but it's a tribe of people who want to do the right thing and do things right. So elders matter. They have a role in guiding and enabling the values of the tribe. So when you think of your chiefs and everything, you think, I should remain on the straight and narrow. I will get support from my elders. You know who to call when you need help. Because it's a lonely path in an environment where everybody is doing it wrong. Clans, this is a clan, but clans must connect to form a tribe. But you find that the clans of people who want to destroy this country and do the wrong thing, they are thick as thieves. They meet 3 in the morning. They meet 2 in the morning. It doesn't matter what time. They sit down. They share the loot together. They even share blood together. Whatever they need to do, they do. But look at the people who want to do things right. They're arrogant. Everybody is an island to themselves. They believe, I'm okay, so it's fine. I don't give, I don't take, I'm okay. You know, it's incredible that this is the attitude that's actually destroying the country, not the evil people. It's the good people that remain silent, good people who will refuse to join with other good people to make the change happen. They are the problem in the country, not the evil people. So you cannot have a tribe without these clans coming together and being networked. We have to be networked as the good people. These are the foundations of public accountability. I'm still going to the topic of public accountability. So my first point was that values matter. My second point is that our elders, our chiefs, and even our ancestors are important for enabling these values. The third point is that clans connect in identity and belonging to create tribes. That is what glues us together. But number 4 is that tribes must have alliances with other tribes. Otherwise, when war comes, you are finished on your own. No tribe can stand on their own. So even in ancient times, they always have allies. And we have to be allied together. There are 2 points from stakeholder mobilization that I would like to share. The first thing is that if everybody has the same identity, even if there's high interest overlap, you don't get mobilization. Go and check the literature. The literature tells you is when you have low identity overlap, but high interest overlap that you get mobilization. Let me give you an example. So 1st of January 2012, Occupy movement. I stayed in my office for the first few days because I thought, if it's just civil society, nothing's going to happen. Then when I saw labor joining, the market women speaking, I said, it's time to join. This thing will get somewhere. Why? Because the identity overlap was coming very low, but the interest overlap was high. You will also find that where we have had progress in dealing with corruption, like a project we've been involved with in the maritime sector, we got progress because it was government and civil society that came together to make the change happen. And that change was possible to make it stick. So tribes have to reach out to other tribes that share their values in order to be ready for the battle. Because nobody gives up a position willingly. What we need for our country, there are already people who have it within their grasp, and they're not going to give it up willingly. And we need to amass the power on our side in order to unseat them and take over what is rightfully ours. So where is this public space? Everything that happens outside of your house is public. Every single thing that happens. So where some people are mismanaging the natural endowments of your country, which will ultimately have an impact on those who live within that geography, is in the public space. That action is a public action. Then when you all contribute money together and it goes in a common purse or any other common pool resource that belongs to the people, is in the public space. It's not private. Therefore, the administrators of your natural endowments or your common pool resources should be accountable to you. They are acting on your behalf. So therefore, everything that is happening in the public space, you must hold those who administer it accountable. And that is the kind of public accountability we're looking for. So again, in summary, number one, the foundation was the values. The foundation is the values. Without the values, you have nothing in common. You don't have a tribe. Because tribes are built on culture. And what creates the culture are the values. So it is important that we have shared values. That's the first thing. Second thing is that our elders, intergenerational wisdom is important for being able to plot how to get over the difficulties of the moment. We cannot think that we are a new generation. We are Gen Z or Gen whatever, and we can do it on our own. That is not society. Society recognizes that no particular generation has a monopoly on wisdom. We all have to come together to make it happen. So our elders, our chiefs, and even our ancestors matter in our tribes. Third is that all our clans who want to do the right thing and do things right must find a way to junction together in order for this tribe to have a voice. If we don't come together, then we can never make that change happen. And that's within our tribe. Fourth, that tribes must have alliances with other tribes that share the same core values if you're going to be able to withstand and stand up to those who already have the power in their hands. And what power? Power over our common pool resources, power over our natural endowments, and so on. So the fifth thing is that all of these things, how our natural endowments, our common pool resources are managed, all of those things are in the public arena. And we, who are supposed to be the beneficiaries of their activities, we have a right to demand that it is done accountably. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I thank you very much for listening, and I hope I have not exceeded my 10 minutes. I'm grateful for the time, and I pray that this new tribe will make a difference in Nigeria's economic situation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that fantastic presentation. Keep clapping, please, till he makes it to his seat. Keep clapping, keep clapping. Beautiful presentation there by Mr. Soji Apampa on public accountability. Next, we will be taking Mr. Peter Agontine, who will be speaking to us on recall of the National Assembly. While that is going on, I'd like the other cohorts online to please indicate, and then we can then take it up from there. But at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, let's jam our hands together for Mr. Agontine, who will be speaking on recall of the National Assembly. Please clap in, please clap your hands, please clap your hands. Clap for Mr. Peter.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks for this opportunity. It is a new dream for our dear country, Nigeria, and we all have to put our hands, our heads, and everything within us to make this a reality. We heard the speaker when he said that our federal and state legislators are currently impotent, and this has been on for many years. And when you're sick, you're not feeling too well, what you need to do is to consult a physician for you to get better. So the idea is, you look at the different protests that we've been organizing, the End SARS protest, the End Bad Governance protest, and at the end of the day, what we receive from the government of the day is to take us to court and start calling names of the organizers of the protest. But there is something that is very important that we need to understand, that as citizens, we have a constitutional right to take away that impotence of bad governance in our system and do the needful. And we have what I call the 3 arrows: to rebuild, to reclaim, and to renew. We need to first rebuild trust and accountability in the Nigerian governance system. And we have to do this through town hall meetings across the 109 senatorial districts, calling our senators, our House of Rep members, and our state legislators to account for their stewardship in the parliament. And we're looking at the possibility of doing this on a day that we know they are all going to be around in their different constituency. And that's 28th of December this year, the last Saturday between Christmas to New Year. After taking their stewardship, we have a responsibility to educate and enlighten Nigerians on what is meant to take place after that. For those that we are not justified with their stewardship, we will reclaim our democratic system of governance by immediately starting the process to recall them. And we believe that when we push this out to the public, we will definitely get the interest of Nigeria to recall those that are currently not doing well. And the last, which is the renew, is to look out for credible individuals to renew this same democratic system of government and send them back to the National Assembly. The truth is, this might be a difficult process from my discussions with Prof. and our human rights lawyer, Mr. Femi Falana. But should we come together to enlighten Nigerians on this process of nationwide recall of our federal and state legislators? And like Prof said when he was speaking, that this is a non-partisan initiative and movement. And we will all be surprised that even other political parties who believe that they have 1 or 2 credible candidates to fix in there would want to join the process to help you to achieve this. We need to put at the back of our mind that the legislators are more or less like the pillar of every democracy. And we need to start looking towards that angle to get the right persons and the right people there who will become independent and give us the needed good governance that we so desire. I thank you for these opportunities, and I believe that as time goes on, we'll keep on sending messages and processes and steps to achieve this. Good afternoon once again.
Keep clapping those hands together, please. Keep clapping those hands. Keep clapping till he makes it to his seat, please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, next we'll be having the health cohort. Would like to pass it on to Dr. Abiodun Olatidoye.
Good afternoon, distinguished panelists, guests, ladies and gentlemen,
Fantastic.
and fellow citizens. I consider it an honor and privilege to be able to share with you our citizen-led initiative for our beloved country, Nigeria, on this Independence Day anniversary. I am Abiodun Olatidoye. I'm a cardiologist based in Atlanta, Georgia, in the United States, and I'm pleased to represent the healthcare cohort of the new tribe in the diaspora. The new tribe is a concept initiated by Professor Patrick Utomi, a highly respected and accomplished elder statesman in Nigeria. The healthcare cohort is composed of Nigerian healthcare professionals with diverse skills in the diaspora. The common factor is a passion to positively impact our beloved nation. Another common factor is integrity and our value systems. The TNT healthcare cohort, our creed is, I am because we are. Many of us will not be who we are today without the opportunities provided to us as young Nigerians several years ago. And personally, I believe that natural origin bestows an obligation to give back. As we are all aware, Nigeria's healthcare system is in a deplorable state currently, and has been so for many years. In a country with the largest GDP in Africa, over half of our citizens live in poverty, and the average life expectancy is about 54 years. In the world, we rank very high in the rate of deaths under 5 years of age. Majority of Nigerians do not have access to healthcare, partly due to significant rate of unemployment, mismanagement, and various other reasons. Only about 43% of our population have access to healthcare, which is often suboptimal in quality. 70% of Nigeria's healthcare is provided by the private sector, as we all know, while 30% is provided by the public sector. Of course, there are a myriad of reasons or why we have these challenges. Over the years, several policy documents have been written by various governments without implementation. Our challenges vary from poor utilization of resources, inadequate funding for our healthcare system, corruption, inadequate health statistics, poor planning, just to name a few. In so much as we have done as a country, there's often disproportionate emphasis on curative rather than preventive care. So we in the new tribe, TNT healthcare cohort, understand that where the government is unable to meet all the healthcare needs of our society, citizens in the diaspora and even citizens at home can step in to fill the gaps. For many years, various well-meaning Nigerian healthcare professionals in the diaspora have embarked on regular medical mission trips to our homeland. These sacrificial endeavors are laudable and they must continue. However, we need to explore how to sustain the gains from those intermittent visits and make it more impactful in the long run. To this end, we have decided in our group of various physicians and healthcare professionals to embark on some strategic healthcare initiatives with the hope of alleviating the sufferings of our brothers and sisters at home. I'm sure if you look in the hall there and ask across Nigerians all over the world, many of us have lost relatives, family members, friends, and loved ones due to the inadequacies of our healthcare system. I personally can say so too. Well, we hope to expand our scope of interventions as time goes on and as opportunity permits. For now, beginning, we want to focus on certain areas. Let me talk about non-communicable diseases, such as heart disease, stroke, cancer, diabetes, and chronic respiratory conditions, mental health conditions, as well as even chronic kidney disease. They account for about 74% of deaths from diseases worldwide. Non-communicable diseases account for most deaths before the age of 70 years. So a lot of the people in their prime in our country are dying of these conditions. We focus a lot on the communicable conditions, and they're very common. We talk about cholera, malaria, and all those things, but the truth is a lot of the communicable diseases, they need to be addressed, and we should give them premium as well. But when we consider the non-communicable conditions, they are becoming the emerging threats to our society. So 80% of the deaths from non-communicable conditions, they occur in the low to middle income countries like Nigeria. Most of those deaths are attributable to cardiovascular disease. We realize that most non-communicable diseases, they have common risk factors, and those risk factors make them preventable. As such, one of our major areas of intervention initially is to embark on a massive national preventive health awareness and educational campaign focused on non-communicable diseases. You will be amazed how much misinformation travels around in the country, in religious institutions, in academic institutions, all kinds of places where they should be feeding people with the right information to save their lives. Of course, we have a lot of excellent physicians and professionals within the country, but we want to enhance their work and complement it. So we hope to establish this campaign on non-communicable diseases. We hope that this will promote awareness, leading to early detection, screening, and interventions to modify the relevant risk factors, as well as appropriate lifestyle changes in our people. Another area of focus of our cohort is family planning, which is essential for the economic, social, and psychological well-being of every family and even the society at large. A special piece of our healthcare initiative is the development, establishment, and sustenance of a formidable emergency medical service system. Now, much as it is important to build well-equipped secondary and tertiary healthcare facilities, as we love to do back home, we need a lot of those because we don't even have enough of those. But much as that is important, if patients do not make it alive to those centers after developing illnesses, injuries, or accidents, then the investment becomes of no benefit to society. So to this end, we plan to pilot the implementation of a viable emergency medical system program in 3 states across Nigeria, or across the 6 geopolitical zones. Those 3 states include Nasarawa State, Oyo State, and Abia State. Our hope by doing this is to transform the pre-hospital aspect of our care and save many lives. My colleagues will share some of the things I've mentioned in more detail going forward. This initiative about the EMS will have implications beyond the physical well-being of our populace, but also provide economic implications, including job creation to a lot of young people who could be rendering fantastic skills after being trained, and yet they are jobless in the society. Last but not the least, among the initiatives that I will mention here today, of course, we have several more in the pipeline, but the ones I'm mentioning, last but not the least of them, is telemedicine project. When this is rolled out, we hope to leverage the expertise of volunteer Nigerian physicians in the diaspora across the globe in providing medical care and consultations in rural and urban Nigeria by deploying the state-of-the-art telecommunication strategy. Now, this is one of the ways to complement the intermittent medical missions that are already going on. So we believe that the medical mission endeavors that have been sacrificially embarked upon by many of our colleagues in the diaspora are so critical, and they've done a lot, and they need to continue, and we want to encourage those. But we want to create seamless care such that even after they depart from delivering those wonderful opportunities to our people, there is a sustainable care that's available to them. Truly, beyond ethnic, religious, and other boundaries that sometimes we create in our nation, we must realize that I am because we are. In other words, I am my brother's keeper in Nigeria. I am my sister's keeper in Nigeria. As citizens, even beyond what the government can do for us, we can step out and say we benefited from this nation. Many of us went to school without having to pay much in those days, and we should give back to our nation. So without much ado, I would like to present one of our healthcare cohort leaders in TNT, the new tribe, Dr. Wasiu Adisa, an experienced emergency medicine physician from the United States, also here in Atlanta, and a member of the TNT healthcare cohort. I'm going to invite him to present to you the emergency medical system plan. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak to you, and may God bless our country, Nigeria.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wasiu Adisa. Dr. Adisa, I'm an emergency medicine physician in the Atlanta area in the United States. It is indeed an honor and a blessing to be participating in this great program. Thank you, Dr. Oladitoye, for that introduction. Thank you for that preamble, that talk, talking about the importance of improving our healthcare system in Nigeria. My duty today is to talk about the emergency medicine service plan that we are putting together, that we believe it will benefit the citizen of our great country, Nigeria. Emergency medicine service is pretty much a pre-hospital service that we provide our citizen and improve their healthcare and route to a hospital. And it is important to have a very good infrastructure to make sure that people receive the care that they need to sustain life and to prevent premature death. It is important that Nigeria has a very good emergency medicine services, and piloting this program, this plan that we have in the 3 states is a great beginning. In any emergency medicine service, it is important to have a network, and this network would be a partnership between the hospitals that we have. It will be a network where we build and strategically place emergency medicine stations in different parts of the country. This station will be beneficial to people in the rural area as well as people in the urban area. And it's important that we do that so that everybody in the country will have access, not just the select few. In this network of hospital emergency state emergency medicine service emergency station, there would be also a connection between a dispatcher that would be able to route calls and deliver those calls to the station so that the EMS service can reach a patient or attend to a emergency scene. So it's important to have all of this set up where a citizen can make a phone call, reach a dispatcher. That dispatcher can now disperse the call to a emergency medicine station so that that ambulance service can pick up a patient, attend to the need of a patient, and be able to carry that patient or family member to the closest hospital. And it's important to have this network because when you have this, people are able to get life-saving intervention in a timely manner. So there's going to be a partnership with the station, the emergency medicine station, and the hospitals, our tertiary hospital, the federal hospital, or the state private hospital. There has to be a partnership with all these people coming together so that the emergency medicine service will strive and everybody will benefit from this. Now, in addition to having a partnership, there has to be a way of communication. So it is important. So communication will involve a radio communication between the dispatcher and the ambulance van, whether it's by cell phone, whether it's by radio, whether it's by walkie-talkie. There has to be some kind of communication that takes place where an emergency call is being received, and this dispatcher will be able to route the call to an ambulance service, say, hey, there's a need in this area. I need you to go check it out. And if that patient needs services, that patient needs to be transported to a hospital. And that is the key thing about emergency medicine service. Receiving the call, dispatching the service, provide initial intervention, and transport that person, whether it's from a scene of an accident, whether it is in somebody's home, you're attending to a heart attack, a stroke, or you're attending to any type of emergency that people have. When you're able to get there as a EMS, emergency medicine service, you will be able to make a decision that we need to transfer this person to a local hospital. So that network is essential. And those are some of the things that we are talking about that we need to implement and create part of our cohort. Now, the public need to have faith and trust in the people that is doing this job. So part of this process is making sure that there's education, there's hands-on training, not just for 2 hours or 3 hours. It's going to be hundreds of hours of training, education, hands-on education that the paramedic, the EMTs will receive before we could certify them as EMTs, before we could certify them as paramedic, before we could put them on the street and say, you're now qualified to go. So it's important for them to have the training. And the training that we're talking about is training that is being used across the world. In the United States, we're going to make sure that all these people that are coming in for this job are trained well and they are receiving up-to-date training so that they could provide the services, the pre-health services that our people need on the ground. Now, not just training just to get a degree, not just trying to get a certificate. There's going to be a retraining. There's going to be recertification on a regular basis, because it is important that our public have trust and faith in the people that are being deployed to pick them up. So we are going to make sure that not just your first certificate, you will also receive a retraining for recertification as time goes on. The public plays a role in this. It is important that our public, our people, our citizens knows who to call, when to call, and also be able to provide first aid services. So we are going to be doing a campaign. We're going to be doing an education for the public as well. So this is a very comprehensive plan that we are putting together and talking about, not just an ambulance service, but it's a comprehensive emergency medicine service from the phone call to the drop-off in a hospital. But one of the benefits of this is that we have many capable people on the ground that are looking for work, many capable people that are looking for opportunity to make a difference in the life of other people in our country. there's a huge potential for job creation with this, where we were going to train EMTs, train paramedics, train ambulance drivers, train all kind of people, train our dispatchers, the person receiving a call, how to provide some instruction of any emergencies that they receive. So it's a huge job creation opportunity. And I'm looking forward to working with the 3 states that I mentioned so we could get this program up and running in the near future. I'll be happy to address any questions when the time allowed. That is pretty much my presentation, Dr. Oladitoye. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your time.
Let's jump our hands together once again for Dr. Abiodun Olatidoye and Dr. Wasiu Adisa. Okay, Dr. Emerua in Ihenacho. Interesting. Let's jump our hands together for him, please.
Greetings, fellow compatriots, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sidi Oluji. I'm a clinical psychologist in Australia with over 35 years experience working in various acute mental health settings.
Good morning from Riverside, California. My name is Ihanacho Emerwa, and I'm dual boarded in internal medicine and obstetrics and gynecology. And it's my pleasure to wake up so early in the morning to join the new tribe. The purpose of the new tribe has been summarized, and our convener had talked about values and institution. So today, the institution I'm going to address is the family. And the value that I want to place on the table is the role of responsible fatherhood in the family. It is sobering to know that an estimated 67% of children aged 0 to 7 in Nigeria are considered multidimensionally poor due to deprivation of education, poor health, and living condition. In fact, up to a quarter of these children are considered extremely poor. Now, we value children, and having children is one of the joyful accomplishments of a father or a man can have. But many of us recall growing up when we were going out to secondary school that we were taught that if we got any woman pregnant, we will have to drop out of school and take care of her and the child. But as we grew older, the value that we were taught of being responsible fathers begin to fade away, and the dynamics change such that the responsibility for preventing unwanted pregnancies was completely transferred to women. Ironically, though, the conversation and decision for planned family have been neglected and ignored by men and completely delegated to women. And this is one area in which a patriarchal society such as ours, in which a man is really a man by being responsible for his wife and for his children, has either been completely neglected or has been rather transferred to the woman, and is now her responsibility. I hope, therefore, that the new tribe, we can start this conversation among ourselves as men and with our partners as to what is the role a man should be playing in the family size, because I think we all love children, but it's important to father as many children as you can responsibly take care of. A few years back, the military government of Nigeria suggested or decreed that a man and a wife should not have more than 4 children. But what I would like to suggest to the new tribe is that each man decides for himself how many children he can responsibly father and be responsible enough to take care of them and their mothers. Because I really don't think it's fair or responsible to father more children than you can take care of. Now, I say that I'm an OBGYN, and I'm going to make a deliberate statement here. Sperm produced by men cause pregnancy. And so without a man, there will be no pregnancy. And I'm intentional in stating this fact. I have not said having sex causes pregnancy, because you can have sex without causing pregnancy. And if a man does not have sperms, he cannot cause pregnancy. So at some point, if you feel you've completed the job God put you on this earth to do, and you want to thank God and celebrate your achievement, you should stop producing sperms. Men have 3 ways of preventing pregnancy. The first is abstinence, which some religious persons practice. The second is the use of condom, which some couples find unattractive, but has the added benefit of preventing the transmission of sexually transmitted infections. The last and the final act is vasectomy, which should be used by men who have completed their family and for men who want to prevent transmitting certain genetic diseases to their offspring, because they do not want to burden future generations with the same illness that runs in the family. Now, when a man causes a pregnancy that he does not want, the woman is left with many unattractive options. First is an option which can be morally and psychologically difficult, to have an abortion. And in some cases can have very serious health consequences for the woman. The second option might be to change her life plan, have the child, and raise the child. And of course, the last option is to go ahead and have the child, and where that option is available, place that child into an adoption. But for the rest of her life, she will continue to wonder about what happened to this child. Every child that she sees of about the same age, she might wonder, is this baby that I have placed into adoption? So to avoid these difficulties, women have borne the burden of preventing unwanted pregnancy. They've used abstinence, breastfeeding in traditional society, devices like female condoms and diaphragms, the pills, injection, implants, IUD, and sterilization for tubal ligation. Additionally, causing unwanted pregnancies has health consequences for men, some of which include stress-related illness, worsening of their hypertension, leading them to alcoholism and substance use disorder.
Greetings, fellow compatriots, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sidi Oluji. I'm a clinical psychologist in Australia with over 35 years experience working in various acute mental health settings. I am delighted to be involved in supporting the New Tribe initiative created by Professor Pat Utomi. This is a visionary project to combat the healthcare system challenges faced by the Nigerian people. The success of any government and the success of any nation is measured by the well-being of our citizens. There is no health without mental health. And there is no mental health without good sleep. The present state of affairs in Nigeria has undoubtedly murdered sleep due to lack of proper management of the healthcare resources, increasing poverty, increasing hunger, and insecurity. The way forward, we must aim to restore hope. Lack of hope is linked to depression, a major mental illness, and suicide. And without hope, we shall all perish. So we should aim to do what is within our control to do. We do need to work towards giving meaning to our people, supporting each other, caring for each other, and connecting with each other. Long live the New Tribe. Thank you, Professor Utomi, for your initiative. Happy New Month.
Let's jump our hands together for Dr. Chidiebere Oluje, who's joining all the way from Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, I'd like to invite our very own Professor Patutomi to step forward. Let's clap our hands together for him. Would also like to invite Dr. Gaza D. Guamna, who is the Honorable Commissioner for Health, Nasarawa State, for the MOU signing on emergency medical service. Please. Other people would do the signing virtually.
The idea is that Dr. Adisa and his team will be in touch with Nasarawa State, Abia State, and Oyo State. They will work out how they will come and train all these people. They will come, give full of themselves, and get legislation passed by your government that will facilitate these things so that people know when public enlightenment programs also, that public know how to respond. When there's an accident, don't bring out your cell phone and start photographing. This is how you can apply some first aid. Call this number and there will be emergency.
Good afternoon, Nigerians. On behalf of my principal and my governor, Sule, we want to appreciate you for giving us this opportunity to participate in this pilot. Like one of the presenters said, as a state, what this is going to do to us is to make sure that we put resources on ground so that emergencies don't remain emergencies forever. Because when you get these emergencies, you're taking them to somewhere where they will have treatment. And currently, we cannot boast to say we have 100% of functional health facilities. So to start with is to make sure that wherever you're taking emergencies, to have professionals who have equipment, who have what it takes to be able to continue managing them. So as a state, that is going to be our job, and we'll make sure that we put some of these things in place before we are rolling out this program fully. Thank you very much, Prof, for giving us this opportunity. God bless everybody.
Thank you so much. And let's also be informed that to follow up with other conversations online, you can just join the newtribe.ng to make your input, your contributions, and all of that. Thank you so much, everyone. Next, we'd like to, at this point, invite Mr. Tanko Yunusa, who will be speaking to us about leadership. For those who don't know, Yunusa Tanko is the head of the Obedient movement. Jump your hands together for him, please.
Thank you. Hello. Yeah. Thank you very much. I will not take more than 5 minutes of your time. The years in which majority of us grown up, in our villages, especially in the East in particular, if you steal a chicken, the next thing that really happened is the leaders and then the A's, they'll bring you out, they will type something around your waist, and then you'll be brought out into the village square. And everybody will now know that you are a thief. And then you will be afraid That particular story goes through your lineage of your history of your family. If you read the Things Fall Apart, of course, you will remember how a person was being named, being accused of stealing. Induka and the rest of them has that particular storyline. So you will be afraid to be a thief in a village. In the northern part of our country, we believe solely in the Quran. No wonder when you see somebody who owns a shop in the market, he's so quick that even in his shop, he's not afraid to leave his shop, because you know that when you steal somebody's property, you are afraid of your day, and then the year after. These are cultural and disciplines that already been within us as a family, as a nation. But those cultures are gone now. In fact, we gratify somebody who steals. We welcome him with fanfare. We don't really care how he stole, what he stole, but we elogize him and respect him within our system. These are the values that we've lost. And we start thinking, how can you think not, for example, you have Almajiri system, you have children, 1 year old, 2-year-old, on the street begging for arm. And you as an Alhaji, you will line up those children and you give them cocoa de kose as if you are giving them arms. Don't you ever think about how your own child will be on that street? These are values for thinking. In the Southwest, the Agbero boys who call bus stops, very small boys, you see them. What do you think of your own child? The baby factories in the East, somebody will put another girl in another room and pumping her until she gives birth. Those children now become something that you sell off. These are values that we lost. So, Prof, this is a beautiful initiative. And you keep on bringing, we are not tired of your initiative. Keep on bringing them. Maybe what you should think about now is that we have to have a leadership cohort. Among all the cohorts that you've already laid out to us, the question I want to ask every one of you here is, if you are to ask you what is the problem of Nigeria, everybody knows it's leadership. Maybe so. But the question is, how many research have we done in finding out why do we have leadership problem? Maybe, sir, we should start to research on why we have leadership problem. What is the root cause? Where did we get it from? And now how to solve that particular leadership problem. Maybe when we find a solution to the leadership problem, maybe Nigeria will start being on the path of greatness. We must find why do we have leadership problem. The day we find it, the day our solutions and the problem of Nigeria is over. I thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yunusa Tanko. That was very on the spot. We need to solve the leadership problem that we find ourselves in as a nation. Next, we will be taking on the infrastructure cohort and would like to have Dr. Peter Agada, Shegun Sopitan on the infrastructure cohort. Are they ready? Would like to allot 7 minutes for that presentation, please. 5 minutes, please, for that presentation.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Professor and Nigerians, Dear New Tribes Initiative. My name is Dr. Peter Agada. I'm an architect and an infrastructure planner and an acoustic expert. I'm speaking from Abuja. I'm here representing the infrastructure cohort along with my colleague, Mr. Shegun Sopitan, whom I will allow to introduce this session and then I will take it over from him at the point where I will need to. But basically, we're here to talk about an infrastructure laid out for almost 20 years. It's an upgrades up to the point where we are today in 2024. So let me invite Segun first to do like a background before we jump into the immediate deployment agenda that we have as a cohort. Thank you so much. Segun, please take over.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Agada. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Otomi, and Nigerians at large who are continuously looking for solutions and a way forward to very well-known and well-documented challenges as a country. As has been said, I'm speaking on behalf of the infrastructure cohort of the new tribe. I will try to be as quick as I can given the time constraints that has been placed on us. What I would just like to do is to talk very quickly about the background. You know, what are the challenges as we all know, and you know they're all pretty well documented challenges as far as infrastructure is concerned in Nigeria. We know about the infrastructure deficit, and when we say infrastructure, you can as well, you know, talk about infrastructure from different angles, whether it be transportation and road infrastructure, you know, rail, you know, airways, air travel, you know, whether by sea. You can talk about power and electricity, which is a fundamental requirement to any kind of development agenda that anybody would want to have in any country in the world. Our approach to this has been to, first of all, look at those issues that we've had and try to answer the question as to why have we not been able to make progress with this, especially given the context of the beautiful planning that we have had over the years. We have a document, for example, called the Revised National Integrated Infrastructure Master Plan that was revised, I think, by the Buhari administration, having been put in place well before that. It was developed in 2012 and then revised thereafter. And if you look into that document, it captures what our infrastructure stock is, captures what our infrastructure deficit is, and then puts forward a plan over a 23-year period to 2043, where we would have bridged the gap in infrastructure. And this is only one of the many plans that we've had. This plan also says that a total investment of about 2.3 trillion naira will be required over those 23 years, about 150 billion naira every year, in order to bridge this gap. So if you look at this document, you realize that the issues are well understood. They've been well documented. Even in terms of funding, what's the funding structure for this? It's also been captured beautifully in these documents. And yet here we are. You know, this document was put together in 2012. This is 2024, and our infrastructure deficits are getting wider rather than getting bridged. You know, so what we have done in the infrastructure cohort is to look at that and say, okay, so how can we do it differently? What can we do differently that would result in the kind of outcomes that all Nigerians desire, whether it be across the energy sector. Can you please
prepare to round up, please?
Okay, whether it's in the energy sector, the transportation sector, information and communications technology, water, agriculture, mining, housing, other social infrastructure like healthcare and all of that. So we have our plan put together, and I'll quickly stop there and allow Dr. Agada to speak specifically to those plans, given the time constraints that we have. Thank you very much. Dr. Agada. Doc. I think you need to enable him unmute himself. Or you can help unmute him. Dr. Agada, are you there? Okay, let me just speak quickly to what the plan specifically is. You know, again, like I said, we don't have the time. So what the plan basically is to look at a labor direct driven tech park, decentralized technology park or tech park solution that we also call the new towns across the entirety of the country, spanning the 774 local governments, but starting obviously with a few pilot projects here and there. Now, the tech park, the idea behind that is to provide centralized hubs where infrastructure development can take place, leveraging on existing capacities in the country, looking at the trunk roads, the grid, the national grid, building this project around those centers. Doc, are you there? Is that you
yes,
speaking?
thank you so much,
Okay,
Shegun. Thank you so much.
continue,
Let me come in. Yes,
sorry,
so
please, we don't have much time. Please, in 1 minute, can we just wrap it up, please?
yes, let
And
me
drop the other point
capture.
in the conversation
Yeah.
online, please.
Yes, let me capture in just 1 minute, according to your need, what it is that the infrastructure court is doing. We are trying to deploy. We're trying to deploy a framework that is private sector driven, that is self-sustaining, just requiring regulatory and enabling environment from government, driven by community development, foreign investment, and some local investment backed, endowment-based, one-stop location in every geopolitical zone, in every local government actually, but to pilot the program on a short run in every geopolitical zone, one-stop location where infrastructure, agriculture, industry, energy, export, logistic, all congregate in one stop, in a one location, and are interacting with each other and producing economic development for the locals, as well as for the investors that have invested their funds in this location. So we're calling them tech parks. It's something we've been building over the years. Where the last government, the last contestant, in the person of Mr. Peter Obi, had derived his consumption to production parks. That whole concept was drawn from this principle that we're talking about from the infrastructure cohort. So it is a one-stop location where housing, infrastructure, agriculture, industry, logistics, and all of these are happening one location, and it is endowment based. Some happening in the south, for example, are based on the endowment from the south. The ones happening in the north based on endowment from the north, and scattered over the country, connected with existing infrastructure, leveraging on existing infrastructure, leveraging on existing trunk roads, existing railway roads, existing seaports, existing inland ports, existing waterways, and all of that. So all of these things are functioning in an optimized environment, and economic growth and economic development is the focus. So this is what the infrastructure court is building and developing.
Thank you so much.
The documents
Thank you
have
so
been
much,
developed.
Dr. Peter. Thank
Yes,
you so much.
While I stop, I want to assure this house.
Thank you.
I want to assure this house that this is not at conceptual stage. Documents have been detailed to the point of working documentation and working drawings, land surveys, architectural engineering, cost details have been done for the very pilot. And this group is already looking at the Nigerian Armed Forces to support the security of these locations that have been picked with security, so that we don't become like target points for the current insecurity going on in the country. We're already talking with Civil Defense, Nigerian Army, Ministry of Defense, Nigerian Air Force, and Nigerian Navy.
Thank you so much. Please, let's clap our hands together for them. Unfortunately, we can't take what we have already. Thank you so much, Dr. Peter. Thank you so much, Shagun, for that fantastic and beautiful presentation. Up next, please, ladies and gentlemen, please jam your hands together as we invite some eminent Nigerians with us today for the unveiling of the new tribe logo. Please join your hands together as we make welcome Professor Pat Utomi. Also, let's invite Dr. Gaza Gwamna, the Commissioner for Health, Nasarawa State. Also, jam your hands together as we invite Sonny Irabo, Mr. Soji Irabo, Mr. Sonny Irabo, Mr. Soji Apampa, Alhaji Tanko Yunusa, Nana Kazaure, Professor Mrs. Utomi as well. Thank you so much, everyone. Jam your hands together for them. Thank you so much. Chief Wosu, please. Thank you so much. Before we commence with the unveiling, let's have Professor Patutomi give us in 1 minute some few points about the logo, please.
Well, there is so much to do, not enough time, so we will not go into much detail, but it's a conception of a tribe committed to progress. This is what this logo is about. And we will take it very quickly, and then we will move to, we have 2-3 major panels of discussion this afternoon. We're going to look at the state of policy in our country. The new tribe has produced a state of the motherland report. People like Obi Ajuga here were hard at work at this, and we want to listen to them speak to what the problems are from a policy perspective. So this logo basically energizes our commitment to that whole process of, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. I'm forthright about it. Be very, very honest. Don't ask if it is your brother who has the purse strings or anything. How can we make this country great? So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Who loves and who wants our country to be? We cause this logo to be a source of rallying for all of us to build a great new Nigeria. Nigeria will rise up again.
Clap those beautiful hands together. Thank you so much. Keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping. A big congratulations to the new tribe. Are you excited? Are you happy? Quickly do a group photograph. You've done that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. At this point in time, I'd like to go on a short break, but would like to enjoy everyone to take a group photograph outside with Professor Patutomi, Mr. Tanko, and every other invited guest, please. Let's quickly do a group photograph outside. And then we'll come back after the break to some very interesting panel session. Just to give you a snippet of that, we're going to be having a session on gender and youth in national development. We're going to be having Abiola Salami, Nana Kazaure, Atinuke on that session, and it will be moderated by Mr. Jude Gideon. Judy.
Stand in the rain as the clouds go gray. From the rose and the earth sings. The season's just beginning. Sunlight it hides as the clouds make way. For the pouring of my blessings, I will not be afraid. I see it now, I understand, I know. So I embrace it, dance. In the rain, it's for my seed to grow. For every prayer and every seed I've sown.
Please let's not forget to come in after the group photograph, as refreshment will be served in here, table by table. Please let's not forget to come in after the group photograph, please.
It's green, and you see, the harvest is ready. The Lord of the harvest told me so. It's green for me. It's green for me. Standing alone can be a heavy load, but my vows I won't be breaking. Though my heart is aching, I got a word and I won't let go. It's your will I'm seeking, so I keep on believing. I see it now, I understand, I know, so I embrace it, dance. Once again, it's time for me to grow. For every prayer and every tear I've sown, Lord of the harvest knows I'm reaping joy 100-fold. The land is green, it's green, oh, oh. The land is green, it's green, and you see, the harvest is ready. The Lord of the harvest told me so. It's green for me. I thought it was over, thought you were done with me. But we're just beginning. Whoa, my life is a journey. I will walk with you. I will go where you want me to. Yes, I will go. It's like you spouse. I'm gonna be loving you, loving you, loving you, loving you, baby. Yeah, yeah. You wanna go through loving, and I'ma give it to you. I'm gonna be loving you, loving you, loving you, loving you, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I gotta go through loving, and I'ma give it to you. These walls that you made got you in a cage. But will you let me get inside of it? You learn from the pain, but it's still not okay. I'll help you escape, girl, don't fight it. The way I see you exceptional, the way I'm feeling I'm affectional. When your body's calling I'm functional. We can get close and personal, yeah, yeah. In additional, loving you is not optional. Satisfying until critical. Baby girl, I'm a professional. I'm gonna be loving you, loving you, loving you, loving you, baby.
Please let's start coming in. Let's start coming in, please. As earlier mentioned, not to be served in here, please. Let's prepare to start coming in, please. Let's start coming in. Let's come in, please.
I never thought that I'd find someone like you.
If you're outside, please come inside. If you are outside, please come inside. Come in here.
I'll never let you go.
If you are outside, please come in.
It's all right for me. I have to let you know.
If you are outside, please come in.
Only you can make me happy. Happy.
Please come in, come in. If you're outside, please come inside, come inside. Come inside, please.
Heaven sent something to my life.
come inside, come inside. We have an amazing online waiting for us. We have Ogede Momo, we have Professor Emeka Franklin, and we have Alhaji Ibrahim, all from the public policy cohort. Please come inside, please. Each and every day. Let's not forget that they are waiting for us to be seated and settled for them to commence their presentation. If you are outside, please come inside and please make your way to your seat, please. Please come inside, come inside. As mentioned, we have the public policy cohort online waiting for us to be settled to make their presentation. Please come inside. So fine. I'm yours, you're mine, like turn your lights down low and open your window curtains. Oh, let your moon come shining into our lives again. Saying, ooh, it's been a long, long time. Got this message for you, boy. But it seems I ain't never on time. Still, I wanna get you to your girl. On time, on time. I wanna give you some love. I wanna give you some good, good loving. Please come inside and get some good, good loving. Please come inside. I wanna give you some good, good loving. If you're outside, come inside. You're missing a lot of love here. Please come inside. Never, never try to resist. Oh no, 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 no. Oh, let your love come shining into our lives again. Saying, ooh, I love you, I love you, I love you. And I want you to know right now. Ooh, I love you, I love you. And I want you to know right now that I want to give you some love. Oh, I want to give you some good, good loving. Oh, I want to give you some good, good loving. If you are outside, you are missing. For us inside, we're having and enjoying some good, good loving. Please come inside. Please come inside if you are outside. If I tell you, would you keep on loving me? If I tell you how I feel, yeah, would you keep bringing out the best in me?
and you give me the sweetest taboo. Yeah, yeah. And you give me the sweetest taboo. There's a question, it never felt like this before. There's a question that is you. There's a question, it never felt this hard before. There is a me that's taboo. Sometimes I feel you're just you give me the sweetest taboo. That's why I'm in love with you, yeah. You give me the sweetest taboo. Sometimes I feel you just ain't good for me. You got a biggest heart. Sometimes I feel you just ain't good for me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And every day is Christmas, and every night is easy. Oh, would you keep on loving me? Yeah. Would you keep on bringing out the best in me? Yeah. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. People say why, something they say why? Tell me that it's human nature. Why does it do that way? Reaching out, I touch a stranger. Electric cars everywhere. If this town is just an apple, let me check a bite. If they say why? Tell me that is human nature. Oh, why does it do it that way? If they say why? Tell me that is human nature. Oh, why does it do it that way? It's just another day for you and me but that's why it's just another day for you and me paradise. Just think about it. Paradise. Just think about it. It's just another day for you and me in paradise. Oh, that's why it's just another day for you and me in paradise. Just think about it. Yeah. Just think about it. Flashback on the times we had. Some made us laugh, some made us sad. We used to wake up to make love. All the fun I came from those lovers. Oh, and I think I need someone new. Oh, we just won't do. Because I think about you, baby, from beginning to end. 365 days of the year. I want to say my love you gave me. want you to say one love. There's a reason I feel this way. All the fun I get. Well, it might be the things that you say. Your love never changes. It's like a picture in the rain. And every man still says, you're dying love for me. Keeps me strong. Keeps me on and on from beginning to it. 365 days of the years. I want you to say what love you carry. All I want to do is share my life with you. I want you to say one love.
Thank you so much, everyone, and welcome back. While we keep our mouths busy, I'd like us to quickly take Professor Osita Obu. Professor Osita is from the Values cohort, and he'll be speaking to us for 5 minutes. Prof, are you there? Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you so much for joining us, sir.
No, thank you very much indeed. And I want to thank my friend, Professor Pat Tommy, for inviting me and to share a few of my thoughts on this. You know, underlining all the things we are saying that needs to be done, whether it's health or infrastructure, as the Tanko has said, will be the issue of leadership. And we'll come about this through what does it mean when leaders do not have values, ideologies, and philosophies that guide them. So it's not really leadership. You have to have leaders with values. So in a book I recently published, that I titled Development as Attitude, I had argued that development is about the evaluation of alternative values and choices. And leaders make these choices. So you begin to understand. Making that right choice and inspiring citizens to the difficult tasks of economic and social transformation are determined by these values, knowledge of the leaders and the philosophy that they expound. It's also values that help us to establish order and set the boundaries of acceptable behavior. So if you hear things happening, whether it is in local government, in the National Assembly, at state level, at the federal level, is because we have not used values to set boundaries. And once you set these boundaries and they exist, they will also reduce the cost of establishing the order. So for instance, if leaders have values, if we all operate within the rules, you will have no need for ICPC and EFCC, for instance. And so that money can easily be used to do developmental work in health and infrastructure. So values are also influence the activities of key institutions of governance because they represent the incentive structure within which society citizens operate. So very quickly, I know there's not a lot of time, I will go through, because when you look at the history of nations, how they emerged, you will see the role of values, how leaders espoused these values and pursued them. They become the bedrock of the choices they made and recreating their own society. Let me turn to, if I take example from Israel, for instance, David Ben-Gurion, the first prime minister of Israel, look at what he said, and it is in quote. He said, without moral and intellectual independence, there is no anchor for national independence. So if you don't have your independence anchored on moral and intellectual independence, and by the way, we are suffering from these twin ills because right now we are still depending on others to tell us what to do. So this intellectual independence is still with us. And of course, we are dealing with a very serious moral quagmire in our leadership circles. The same prime minister said, I learned that public service is a privilege that must be based on moral foundations. Shimon Peres, prime minister of Israel, that moral values must be based on that public service is a privilege that must be based on moral foundations. That is self-explanatory. And so when we go about behaving as if character is not important, as somebody said, in fact, it looks as if as those who misbehave are constantly being promoted in our society. And we think we're going to go far with that. I then turn to Malaysia and look at what Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, the Prime Minister of Malaysia, said about this. He said, I always believed that things could be done differently and that value systems determine the success or otherwise of an individual, a community, or a nation. While the values of a community or a nation develop naturally, they can also be deliberately inculcated, and the best way to do this is for the government to practice these values. So it's not just what you say, it is what you do and how you conduct yourself. These are important signals that citizens watch, and they will take a cue. But if you're saying one thing and doing another, the citizens are smart. They will know that you don't really mean business. So values are guardrails that shape behavior of society, and leaders are supposed to transmit them. The same Mahathir Mohamad said, Malaysia must develop as a modern state, according to our history, with our distinct ethical and moral values intact, not by aping others and losing our soul. By the way, one of the pillars of democracy is that you have to be a modern state. And the definition of a modern state is a state that has a bureaucracy that is not only technocratic, but is meritocratic. A state that is not patrimonial because the state we are running currently is neo-patrimony, meaning we have friends, associates, and those we know running states, not necessarily based on merit. So when people talk about our democracy, it has even failed one first major test, which is it has to be a modern state that is not patrimonial. Then I go to Singapore. We want to create a nation, that's Lee Kuan Yew. He said, we want to create a nation where every citizen has a stake in the country and in its future. It's not just a stake in it now, but it's also in its future. Meaning, if you are, due to, for some reason or another, you are not able to fully participate in the prosperity of the nation right now, be rest assured that your children will participate. So that makes you work hard to produce that prosperity of the future, which you are guaranteed that your children will participate in. So these are values that drove Lee Kuan Yew to create, for instance, the housing policy of Singapore that gave everybody a stake in that country. And his values were, he had this sense of nationalism and self-respect. And he was willing to rally Singaporeans to the hardship of going it alone. So when leaders come out and lead from the front and demonstrate these values consistently, even if the situation is hard, the citizens will follow. His anti-corruption policies were second to none. You know the stories of how just taking a ride in a private jet led ministers to be sacked. So he said, I set to recruit the best into government, talking about a modern state, the best into government. And he did. He's not just saying, he did. Fostering a sense of excellence and meritocracy. You know, finally on Lee Kuan Yew, he visited Nigeria, I think in 1966 or 65. And there was a banquet for visiting heads of state and the heads of government. And he was a participant. And at that dinner, he sat with a minister from Nigeria who told him that because he has a shoe factory, he has banned importation of certain categories of shoes. In other words, policies were being made for personal benefit. And so Lee Kuan Yew wrote in his book, he said, I went to bed that night convinced that they were a different people playing to a different set of rules, basically a different set of values. So this is Lee Kuan Yew as he saw Nigeria then. And I think we're still stuck in this playing by a different set of values. And you can't play, we are a different people, no doubt, but there are values that promote, there are values that make a nation to develop. They are not very different. Now I go to the United States in the early days. Franklin D. Roosevelt, you know, who is the 32nd president of the United States, you know, he understood what Lee Kuan Yew eventually was speaking about in the 60s, 70s, that you need to create a nation where people have a stake in it. And he said, I see 1/3 of a nation ill-housed, ill-clad, ill-nourished. The test of our progress is not whether we add more to the abundance of those that have much. It is whether we provide enough for those who have too little. So he advocated for the right of every family to a decent home. You know, in the book I referred to earlier, I spoke about the Jakonde phenomenon and how nobody has equaled the provision of mass housing in Lagos. And then I went into how did Jakonde become, the recruitment process, the values that set him up, and Jakonde did not become governor because he had a lot of money. So, D. Roosevelt asserted that political rights were inadequate in assuring American equality in pursuit of happiness. So he said, and I like this one very much, he said, necessitous men are not free. So the reason why our people, that's why we have a lot of work in these issues of values and ethics and society and leadership. Because when people sell their votes for 5,000, you should also understand they are necessitous men. They are not free. People
Prof,
without
can you
jobs,
please
food, or
prepare to
housing
round up, please?
cannot be expected to exercise the responsibility of citizenship. That's that. They are not free men. People, if you don't have a job, you don't have food, you don't have housing, how do we expect that you'll be exercising this responsibility? So, to round up, values in leadership are learned, nurtured, and transmitted to society through actions. Values are what unleash the competencies of leadership. Inculcating them will require recruitment, mentoring, training, proactive intervention from many of us in order to close the huge deficit, value deficit in leadership in Nigeria across all tiers. And I think what we need to do is to begin even from local government. There are local government elections that are now conducted. We can begin to select, we can begin to train. If Pat Utomi has access to some of the governors, we can begin to organize training on why this is important, and because it can be learned from the local government to state, even to federal. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you so much. Prof is speaking from the values cohort. Next, we'll be taking the public policy cohort. And please join me to welcome Professor Franklin Mugu. Thank you so much. Professor Franklin, are you here with us, please? Thank you so much. Let's jump our hands together for Prof as he makes his way. Let's keep clapping, please. Keep clapping, please. Keep clapping till he gets here. We'll be having Ogene Momo join us online. We'll also be having Alhaji Ibrahim Abdul Karim join us online. Jump your hands together as we invite our very own Professor Patutomi. Keep clapping, keep clapping. Also, we'll invite Obi Ajuga, please. Clap those hands, please. Clap those hands. Clap those hands. Thank you so much. Professor Franklin will be moderating the session.
Thank you very much, MC, and good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can all hear me. Okay, I'm sure that we are now in October, and I'm sure we remember the song or the music. Many people normally say this October, November, December period.
Check.
Okay. Can anybody remind us? Okay. I think I wanted to ask, can anybody remind us the most popular song, November, December, January period? I think my Oga wants to help us. Can anybody remind us any that people normally say? Let me also help. I was reading something, and they said that they asked a small girl if a young lady, if it's with APC or if it's with PDP, and that the lady replied and said, "I am hungry." So the issue is not whether you are in PDP or in APC or in Labour or in APGA or anything. The answer was, "I am hungry." Which means that poverty, another challenge that we have in Nigeria, is immense. And most people, when it's December, January, November, will be singing, "Do something new in our life." And if anybody you speak to will say, "I want a new something, I want a new job, I want a new house, I want a better life." And of course, when you look at leadership in Nigeria, today is 4th year, a birthday that we are having in Nigeria. And it tells you that even after 64 years, we are still grappling with basic issues of life: health, education, poverty, unemployment, inflation, inequality. These are basic things that in some other economics, some other economies, they've actually passed some of these. And interestingly, a report well crafted was prepared, which, if you go through it, is well detailed. And it's something that even the government can actually pick up and say, oh, so we can do X, Y, Z. And it will help to address many of these issues. So 2 days ago, yesterday, they said that the petrol cost, the landing cost has gone down. And the reason why it's gone down is insignificant, is because that Naira has appreciated a little bit against the dollar. So it means that once Naira appreciates, we can pay lower price for petrol. It then also means that if we do the right thing with regards to some of the policy of the government, all these problems that we are having, we can actually come out. So I think I will start by asking Prof, just to give us an insight of what led you to organize this report, to look into this report, and what do you think that can we get from that report? Just an executive summary.
Well, thank you very much. A very well-regarded saint said that an unexamined life is not worth living. And so we need to continually examine our lives so we can draw lessons from what we've done wrong, what we have done right, improve on those things. But in Nigeria, we don't have really a serious, systematic way of reflecting on issues. I'll give you a simple example. 25, 30 years ago, a little more, maybe 35 years ago, whenever budget analysis, whenever it was time for budget analysis, head of state has just read the budget. Because all the TV stations would be chasing me, come and analyze the budget. And I was on NTA, I was everywhere, analyzing the budget. Some 20 years or so ago, I said, nothing will make me talk about budget in Nigeria anymore. But it seemed like a considered waste of time. Because when you analyze and all these things are projected, in November, December, you say, oh, you see, the problem was a fantastic, greatest budget in history. But implementation was, that is the problem. And I said, look, this is nonsense. Any document that does not anticipate implementation problems and therefore plan how to circumnavigate them is not worth the trouble. So I stopped analyzing budget. If you check the last 20 years, you will not see me analyzing any Nigerian budget. You make a budget, or no, you make a plan, whatever it is. You don't have any plan to paint the government house any color, not in the budget. The governor goes somewhere and say, my friend, your government house is yellow. Are you now supporting MTN? Say, oh, MTN? Is that the story? Okay, paint it green. They will go and paint it. No, it's not in the budget. Green. So you're now with glow. Say, hey, is that what glow is? Paint it red. The government house can be painted 5 times in 1 year without the thing being in the budget. So I said, there's no point in analyzing budgets in Nigeria. There is no seriousness about using it as a document for development. So we thought, therefore, that it was important, if we're going to create a new tribe, turn over, that we periodically examine public policy and give a report. And we call this the State of the Motherland Report. And the policy cohort of the new tribe began to focus on this. Very robust discussions that have been had over, and the document arose. I thought that perhaps the way to start is to get either Ogene Momo or Obi Ajuga here, who are amongst the most active members of that cohort, to lead off conversation. Ogene Momo perhaps can give a summary of the issues that he took on. For example, that report so trashed his Lagos Calabar highway business that if you read that report properly, you won't talk to anybody who was involved in that Calabar Lagos highway conversation. You won't talk to them. But anyway, they are the ones who can better give.
Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. I think it might be good for us to have Ogenemamo just to give us key highlights of the report. Is Ogene here? He's online. Ogene, can you hear us? Okay. Maybe network. Okay. Well, so while we are waiting for Ogene, I'm sure I'm aware that the report looked at the issue of the superhighway, the minimum wage for optimum productivity, transforming Nigerian food security, the values and progress, and the public accountability areas and healthcare, of course. So, Obi, from the assessment of that report, what are the key areas you believe that government should give priority attention?
Thank you very much, all. My name is Obi Ejuga. In terms of the report and in terms of the priorities for our government, number one, number two, number three, security, security, security. Because everything comes from security. And the truth is that our security problems are easily surmountable. But the challenge that we have is that our police service and our military have an interest in security. And in that context, why would I say that? Thousands of Nigerian police officers are on private duty. That private duty means that their orgas or their senior officers get to pocket the income citizens pay for private duty police officers. But people feel they need private duty police officers because of the high level of security, kidnapping, robbery, and harassment. So, but if the police were meaningful, we have over 350,000 police officers. If they meaningfully wanted to tackle it, they could literally, not overnight, but with a lot of commitment, significantly reduce the amount of kidnapping, the amount of bank robbery. But because they profit from citizens wanting private security, they tolerate to line their own pockets. Likewise, in regards to the bandits, the jihadists, the separatists, the militants, these operatives are what we call untrained people with AK-47 assault rifles. We have a disciplined military that is fully resourced by the government, but the generals profit from the insecurity. So they do enough to show that they're doing their jobs, but they don't do enough to wipe it out. Because along they allow that insecurity to exist, the federal government has to spend money on the military, and the more the federal government spends, the more conduits there are for the senior officers to siphon off the funds. So we have a problem with security whereby both the police, or the senior officers in the police, and senior military officers benefit from it, and in as much as they're not actually actively aiding it, but they're not doing enough to counter it because they get rich from it. And so, and as long as we have a problem with public security or insecurity, the farmers won't farm, investors won't invest. So we have a challenge with high price of foodstuffs, also have a challenge of not enough jobs. People don't feel confident to invest. So for me, and from our discussions, security, 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 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you very much, Obi. I think let me take it back to Prof. With what Obi said now, that the insecurity or security remain the key issue. If assuming that the issue of insecurity is better tackled, what would be your suggestions to ensure that Nigeria achieves food security, to ensure that Nigeria becomes truly the food basket of Africa, and we can actually earn significantly more from agriculture than we are earning from oil? Thank you.
Well, thank you so very much. We have talked about looking at our challenges from point of view of having a clear national strategy. Part of our problem as a country is that we don't have a national strategy that is clear. We can from time to time make noises and pretend about something, but we don't have a living national strategy that all the participants live what in business schools we will call strategy as stretch. If we had a clear national strategy based on agriculture, we will think value chains, agricultural value chains. We will think where are best endowed for what in terms of agricultural output. There are certain things that are literally made for certain parts of our country. My favorite example is sesame seeds. Because I make a joke of it, the people in Benue are eating away their future with soup from sesame seeds. Whereas if we organize local government administration responsible for primary education and all of that well, and the endowment of North Central Nigeria, like Benue, is sesame seeds that we see growing in the wild. By the time you are in primary 6, you have learned enough to increase the yield per hectare of sesame seeds tenfold. Almost in every agricultural product, Nigeria underperforms most African countries in terms of yield per hectare. It's now even worse for the last 6 years or 7 as a result of these insurgencies and all of that, farmer header issues. People have not been to farm, so don't assume that people have forgotten how to farm. I'm telling you, those people who depend on for food, they don't know how to farm anymore because they've not farmed in 5, 6, 7 years. So we need to begin by retraining a generation on how to farm. Now, but we can take advantage of this reprogramming to move agriculture to a more mechanized form. And we can do it without leaving people behind. We can come to a particular area endowed with some particular thing, whether it's seed or palm produce or rubber or corn. And I have an Israeli-American friend who's now trying to do 20,000 hectares in Africa. And I was meeting with him 3 weeks ago in Arlington, Virginia. He already is doing 1,000 or 2,000 hectares in Senegal. He's moved into Cameroon now. And the kinds of yields that they have. And we're talking about they are coming to Nigeria. I'm already talking to 1 or 2 governors in the middle belt. Give this fellow 1,000 hectares in your state each. And we do his company is called Food Security Africa, whatever. We produce, he's focusing on one thing, corn. Produce massively this corn. And then you look at the value chain of corn. So, what can you process here? As I said, if the primary school kid at age 10 knows enough about how to increase the yield of the output of, let's say, corn, and he goes into it, have a programming where you can have anchor farmers. This kind of fellow we're talking about is doing 1,000 hectares there. And then outgrower schemes allow us to take 300 of these kids coming out of primary school or whatever, give them each 1 hectare, have a farm management company, give them optimum input to allow them for their yield to be so high. And the anchor tenant programs aggregation and then processing. Then we will find that agriculture will not only ensure food security, but manufacturing off of that base in that value chain to provide further jobs. And we can turn things around. Early this year, around January, I kind of suggested that Nigeria was moving towards a famine because of the way things were going. I said, if we don't do something dramatic, we're going to be in serious trouble. I suggested, well, let us get the fact that legumes, 90 days they've grown. Let us put security cordons around certain areas. Put people to work. 90 days, there's enough yield to affect inflation that's hitting us. Because people have food to eat. That's their first real priority. The next thing I heard was that the government was going to start importing food. There's nothing more irresponsible than that. Because when you import food massively, you know what you do? You may feed people for a day or two, but you won't be able to produce tomorrow. And you compound the problem. So it is this thinking about policy that we need to get right. And people passionately committed to making it happen. Look, I would appoint a champion for corn, a champion for sorghum. That person with all kinds of powers and access, his duty to make sure that the yield for those produce every year go up by X percentage. It doesn't do it 1 year, it gets fired. Somebody else takes the job. That's how you do an economy. But we just, who's job for the boys? Name that person, name that person. We're not serious. I've joked about this for a long time, but we should get our politicians and flog them 12 strokes every day until they understand what the business of public service is.
Thank you very much, Prof. I'm sure you agree with me that this discussion is something we are supposed to devote maybe 2 full days. One day we take food security, maybe education, healthcare. It's something that's supposed to be in a series. But of course, we have been told that our time is, we are running out of time. But let me just ask again. We've looked into issues of insecurity, which could be tackled. Prof also looked into the food security issue. Of the other key areas, which one will you suggest to the government to give immediate priority as you tackled in this report? Okay, can you hear us now?
Please, can you recap the question again? Sorry, I missed. I was having a little challenges with my network.
Okay. That if you look at the report, it was well detailed, looking into different sections. We started with Prof giving an overview. Obi looked at the issue of insecurity as the fulcrum upon which so many other things will depend. And from insecurity, Prof looked into issues of how do we achieve food security, which I'm sure you listened to. So my question is, what other sectors do you consider or do you suggest to the government to give immediate priority and why? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I apologize for my transmission issues. So yes, I believe that, and thank you for having me today. I believe there are issues that have to do with our national productivity, which I think the report also highlighted. Nigeria is an economy that is struggling to put our people to work. Our unemployment rate is at a staggering rate. And we are all just bent on doing 9 to 5 or the minimal work that's possible. So our national productivity has significantly declined. Our government may say that yes, they have increased minimum wage, which has not been fully implemented. But really, if we are to look at our GDP in 2024, vis-a-vis our GDP in 2014, we'll see that we've retrogressed significantly, despite our growing population. Our population has been growing by, I think, 2.5 to about 3%. And our GDP has been declining almost at that rate. Now, what are the issues? I think besides increasing our minimum wage, which is no reflection of our productivity, which in itself would only increase the money supply, that's more of the funds that are in the economy chasing fewer goods because we are not even producing. Now, what we need to do is to also focus on how to put more people to work. How can we get a 24 economy running? In fact, put it succinctly, a night economy. What are the factors for a night economy to thrive? Now, the highlights have been insecurity, agric. But how do we translate all of these into employment, into putting more hands, doing more work more productively? We need to look at mechanization. We need to look at research. Our government has to look significantly into research, because now if we are talking about going into upscale farming, how do we increase our output per minute or output per hour, right? That will require a mechanized model. We need to have mechanized farming, because when we want to transit to a 24-hour economy, then we need to look at how to increase our productivity per hour. The rate of our productivity has to go up, so that what we are putting into the economy, our production value in the economy per hour significantly increases, so that it produces the value that our economy can pay for and we can also export. For example, I believe that the report also highlighted getting our ports to work on a 24-hour basis. You can't have our customs shut down or our airports shut down by 9 p.m. and then you only have international flights going out by maybe 1, 2 a.m. So between that, we don't even have night landing facilities in most of our airports. Our seaports, for example, once it's 6 p.m., government workers are closed for the day. And you have goods in the port, demurrage, occurring, and the people are just waiting for the next day. In fact, Saturdays and Sundays, no work. So how do you have a productive economy that can deliver you value, for which you, as a people, we as Nigerians, can then start saying, oh, we are working for that money, so I'm going to do a 10-hour shift at the port. When I'm done there, I can go to an eatery and go and take off a shift there. That's how you can increase that productivity for our economy. So really, so as not to take too much of the time, but to say that we need to see how to make that transition. Our rail services cannot shut down by 6 p.m. It's not feasible. We can't have an hospitality that only works up till 12 midnight. So that's why I think there's a nexus between the security issue and the farming, because if on the farms you can produce, your crops are not waiting, by 12 midnight they stop growing and they wait till the next sunrise to continue growing. There's something that the ground still produces at that time, even in the night. So how much more you are humans who have the intelligence to put those crops to work? We must be able to put, the crop can give us its value even over the night. We should be able to put that to work. So how do we then transit to make, once the soil has produced and given us the produce, how do we beneficiate or add some value, multiply that value to give us food from then on? It's not like we are going to wait 6 a.m. in the next day and say,
Thank you. Thank you again. I'm being told that we have to round up because of time for other things. But your points are well noted in terms of how do we ensure that we have a 24-hour economy in Nigeria, how do we enhance productivity and all that. But before we round up, I just want to ask Prof as one of your closing points. Of course, for us to achieve food security, for us to tackle insecurity, for us to achieve 24-hour productivity, we have to have public sector. So in just few seconds, how do we achieve it in Nigeria? Because it has been the bane of this country for many years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have had a borrowed philosophy on this matter for many years. I call it borrowed because it's a product that was shared with everybody. In 1985, there was a conference in Nairobi, in Kenya, sponsored by the Aga Khan Foundation. That conference focused on what came to be known as a tripartite approach to government. This means that the private sector, the public sector, and the social enterprise sector, in those days it was called PDAs, private development agencies, work collaboratively and work as checks and balances to ensure development. What this means is that if we talk about roads, and what I would have liked to get a moment to speak to was their analysis in the cohort of the highway. You know, so if you have somebody calls himself Minister of Works, gets up and talks the kind of nonsense that was spoken on that project, and then civil society gets up and tells him how much it cost in Kenya, how much it costs in a similar terrain in Senegal, not to talk of in Latin America and everywhere. I say, my friend, what the hell are you talking about? And they remove that. Try him. Then the next minister won't be that foolish. There are things that the private sector will do better than the sector. The private sector people will be held accountable for doing it and doing it well with their own governance system dealing with it. Same thing. Of course, the things belong essentially to the domain of government. Systems of government are put in place so that people, let's take a small example. You know, I was so infuriated when this funny plane that they bought, presidential jet, somebody said something befitting. Conversation in this country doesn't make any sense. You already have several. The Nigerian presidential fleet is one of the biggest fleets, bigger than most Nigerian airlines. And then you want something more befitting of what happened. German chancellor, all the major European prime ministers, 2 commercial flights arrived in the place, entered one literal car hire, I'm not joking, from the airport to go to one modest hotel room. The poor people who are coming to beg for debt forgiveness came in their jets, took over World of us. Are you people real? There is a failure in governance systems in Africa that is so disgraceful that all of us should be walking around like this in shame. So I think that we need, look, you know, when an American minister, they call them secretary, when they travel, except some particular positions because of their sensitivity, like Treasury Secretary, Secretary of State, they fly economy. Going on minister, assignment as minister, they fly economy. And you're likely to end up, because the ticket may be bought late, between 2 big mama in row 43, in 43B, as the cabinet minister. Lyndon Baines Johnson as president of the United States one day was just chatting with the cabinet secretaries and the minister for transport. I said secretary for transport. Said, oh boy, let him go out quickly. Chauffeur might pulling up. President said, chauffeur, you have a chauffeur? How do you know that there's a problem in the transport sector if you transport minister have a chauffeur? That was the last time that man came in. He started going by metro, private transport, because that's what a minister is supposed to do. So we have allowed a culture of governance that is so ridiculous to emerge in our country. We are spending public money. It is extreme prudence. If you are a billionaire, you can take your private jet and go. But if you are going on government assignment, you fly economy. That's the culture of governance that civilized people know. I'm just talking about how civilized we are.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm sure we'll. I'm sure it's been very enriching, very interesting insights in terms of what we can do to make this country move Nigeria forward. Let me also mention something as I round up, that I was in a meeting and somebody said that Africa is about 1.4 billion people. And if they remove 200 million people, and they still have about 1.2 billion. So that means if you're sincerely, if we don't get serious, it means that people will forget about 200 million people and focus on our 1.2 billion people. So on that note, I say big thank you to Professor Tomi, Obi Ajuga, and Momo again. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Thank you.
Let's jump our hands together for them, please. Keep clapping for them as they make their way to their seats, please. Keep clapping. Sorry, Prof. Just hold on for a group photograph. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that interesting conversation. Up next, we'd like to invite Abiola Salami, Nana Kazaure Atinuke for the Gender and Youth in National Development session, please. Let's clap our hands together for them as they make their way up to the stage. While they are coming up, I'd like to mention to you that for those who'd like to access the Wi-Fi here, the password is J110. 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 While that's ongoing as well, the Youth Focus feed will come up next after this session, please. Yes. Clap your hands together for them, please. Thank you so much. And yours truly will be moderating this session. My name, once again, Abraham John Onoja. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. So as we begin the discussion, I'd like to first pass the microphone to our guests to give us some opening remarks on the topic. I'll go first. I'll take Nana Kazauri, please.
Good evening, everybody. It's good to see us all. Where do we start? So much has already been said and projected already. I think our government, as it is right now, do not particularly even honor their youth. They have fallen short. And even when we listened to the president's speech this morning, I don't know how many of us were able to listen to the independent speech by, how many, For me, it came across as flat and unplanned, and there was a lot of tokenism. I say this and I choose my words very carefully and deliberately, because he did go on and on about a certain program for the youth. So when I say it's tokenism, they said the program would last 30 whole days. I don't know, I have this feeling that I should stand up. 30 days to sit down with Nigerian youth, totally forgetting that Nigerian youth today tend to be the ones who are feeding their families. Who's going to pay them for the 30 days while they're having these conversations in Abuja? So when I said it wasn't planned, I meant what I said. For 30 whole days, with the economy that we are in, the youth are expected to come and speak. I do not think that the youth need to speak any more than they have already done, with the way they even decide from 2020. When was NSAS? 2020, yes? Yeah, for the past 4 years, they've been saying the same thing. It's about the deliverables. How many youth sitting down here feel that they have been heard by their government? Please raise your hands. Do you feel that your government have heard you? They no hear us. They no hear una. But in the speech, he now comes out and says, 30 days, youth. This. I would have expected to hear about timelines and the venue not being the federal capital, but the local government, especially since they're now doing local government autonomy and all that. This would have been the perfect time for them to now say, let the youth be involved at the local government level. So, with these few points of mine, when I have the rest to say, I will speak. Thank you very much.
Okay, my name is Abiola Salami. I run a firm called Champ. It's a consulting firm. And part of my commitment to engaging Nigerians is engaging both young people and as well as serving women in the marketplace. And the conversation around gender, youth engagement, national development, as young as I am, I have paid attention to a few things around. Somebody said what we have learned from history is that we have learned nothing from history. And looking at history, I realized that the people in power today, at some point in time, they were younger. And from what I read in history, they were on the road, on the streets, at some point in time, protesting against the government of the day when they were younger. And fast forward to some decades later on, young people are also getting on the streets to protest against their leadership. And what that is saying to me is that the issue is not much about whether government is listening or government is not listening. Somebody said that insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Because the people who make it into office did not come from Cameroon, they did not come from South Africa, they did not come from other continents. These people are a part of us. So does it inherently mean that this is who we are? And we are quick to point finger when we are not the one chopping at the moment. Or does it mean that, and by chopping, I mean sitting in office, or does it mean that the people in office, they had the right values and there's something in that office that the moment they get into the office, then they change. From my understanding, I think is the first one. And so that brings us to that if we really truly are seeking growth, development, youth engagement, women engagement, national development, the responsibility of that is in the palm of our hands, every one of us. And if we are seeking empowerment, empowerment is not about giving anybody money. Empowerment is not even about putting people in a room and training them on something. The beginning of empowerment is the character that each of us that we display. Not when the spotlight is on us, even when the spotlight is not on us. It is said that when money is lost, nothing is lost. When health is lost, something is lost. But when character is lost, everything is lost. The only people that should be pointing finger to corrupt politicians are those who are not corrupt in the way they do their businesses, are those who will not promise a particular quality and deliver low quality, are not people who are people who are not over invoicing in their businesses, so that we don't continue to play this blame game, finger pointing, and then we are talking and talking. In the way I run my show, I do my business, I run my family, I teach if I'm a professor, whatever it is that I do, How am I showing the right values? That is the beginning of youth and women empowerment. Because what we say, or rather, what we do is too loud that no young person can hear what we are saying. I rest my case on that.
Let's have Atinoke.
Yes, my name is Atinoke Ojenima. I'm a social entrepreneur and a business management consultant. I would like to, what we're talking today at this panel discussion is actually gender and youth on, I think, for national development. All right. So I don't really know. I'm not really so clear on where and how to really get my points across. But I think I would prefer to start with what Professor Patriots mentioned when he was talking, and which really, really touched my heart. And I think that we are not going to develop as a nation when we do not take personal responsibility. So, and I know you know what I'm about to say, where he said that you do not think of what the country can do for you, but rather what you can do for your country. You know, so in my preparation for this panel discussion, so in as much as my work is within national development, leadership development for young people and all of that, I still try to, you know, Google what national development is. And from what I Googled, it is what? Shared prosperity, right? And this shared prosperity is brought about by collaborative efforts of individuals, organizations, and citizens, right, of the country. So which means to me that if we're talking about national development, which means that each and every one of us in this room have a personal responsibility to contribute to national development. So let me give you an example of how each and every one of us contribute. Now, one day my car broke down and I needed to, you know, I'd already called the mechanic to come, and immediately the guy came. Of course, I left. I didn't go with Uber because I don't know, I didn't just go with Uber. I tried to think of myself as someone who likes to connect with the people. So I took a public transport. So in this particular community, it is not downfall, it is a cab. So, and that cab was about, I think, 15 naira from where my car stopped to where I was going. Of course, and I didn't want to be late. All right. And I got into the car. I saw someone, you know, I think, I saw someone in front. And so I was the third person at the back seat. So we're to be three to be seated at the back. So I saw a man who sat down, and a girl, his child, a girl sat down. Then I sat the third person in the car. So they were about to get down, and this man was telling the driver, I don't have change, oh. And I mean, the man was trying to pay the driver, sorry. And the driver was telling the man that I don't have change. And I looked at me and I said, okay, I think I have 15 naira extra. So let me just pay for these people. Okay, so I paid. And the driver was about collecting it. Guess what I heard? What? A woman? You, this small girl, pay for me? Honestly, I was shocked. I'm telling you. I mean, I don't consider myself too young, but I'm still a young girl, right? But I just checked that. Come on. I mean, what year are we in? And this is 2023. This is 2023. Honestly, that's to let you know that we all have a responsibility at our own levels. So how do we see the female? How do we see the girl child? A woman pay for him? A small girl calling me a small girl? Honestly, I didn't recover that day. And as I'm trying to recall and narrate the story now, I still feel somehow, because you know it questioned my essence as a woman that I'm proud of. You know, it questioned my gender identity, and I'm like, who is a woman? Why? So how many of us in this room? So a lot of fathers will not send their children, or they'll say, oh, let the male child go to school first, right, before the female child. So, well, now talking about gender, I was having a discussion with my daughter last night, and I was saying, we have a tendency. So she was giving me statistics, about gender, this and all of that. I said, well, the temptation usually is that when we're talking about gender, we tend to talk about, the female, which is really not supposed to be, right? So, but then a lot of us also as women, because of the kind of experiences that we've had, either with fathers or with, people in our families or communities, then we get to have a kind of word orientation or perspective about who a man is. So these things, actually, I believe that it begins with you and I. I'm of the opinion that if you and I, Abiola was talking about, what he is doing in his own personal space, about his own, about character that each and every one of us will have, about the perspectives, about our orientation, about our mindset, about the values that we individually have, because we are not just a nation. There is no nation without people, and there is no people without families, and there is no family without individuals. Two people who will come together to say man and woman, then start bearing children and raise them in a particular way. So how then do we think that we are running family where what the children feel, doesn't matter? Now we're beginning to say, can we have some conversations with our children and let them know that, they can contribute. Their voices can be heard, how they feel about the house, how they feel about some issues, at their level, they can be heard. So these things actually start with you and I, because together we make a nation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those beautiful inputs and conversations that we're having here. I'd just like to ask, right? Looking at the topic we're speaking on and the current landscape of gender and youth involvement in Nigeria's National Development Initiative. First, do you think we're there? If we're not, what are the barriers that you think are responsible for this? And then what would be your recommendation as to how to get out of those situations and issues?
We clearly aren't there yet. We have Uncle Sonny Irabo sitting right here, and he can bear me witness to the story I'm about to tell. A very prominent Nigerian Nollywood actor went online to expose his family, and his major complaint is that the wife walked their daughter down the aisle. So somebody comes on a platform that Uncle Sonny, Uncle Pat too is aware of this story because it transpired yesterday night. And somebody's opinion was, this is a taboo. That girl will not give birth to children, the gods and the ancestors. So I said, well, I think that's a bit of a stretch. I strongly believe that the mother who walked the daughter down the aisle bruised some male egos, but not their ancestral gods. And this man just literally made himself the custodian of another family's private ancestral gods, which didn't make any sense to me. So we have a long way to go in terms of the perception of what a woman can and cannot do, and what the girl child, is. I had a conversation just recently. My secondary school, I was a keynote speaker, and I remember I had to share with them that growing up, we came from a generation where when a woman had something to say, or a young girl, they'll tell you, oh, keep quiet. You are a young girl, and you would just be hushed down. And I'm talking about those of us who are called Gen X. I think we were beaten and battered and bruised. And that's why a lot of us are not really in the limelight, doing politics, doing things at the level that we should, considering our ages now, which is quite unfortunate. When we talk about integrity, a lot of throughout this conversation, even the people from the diaspora, they mentioned values, values, values. It has become a theme. as a northern Muslim woman, I get to hear, oh, so you people are intelligent in the north. You have women that can speak like this in the north. And I don't hear this from people who are lower than I hear it from people that I even looked up to. Oh, coming, you, as for a northerner, wow. And in my head, I'm thinking, I think I'm one of the dullest northern women. Because when you sit with us northern women, we are endowed with a lot of knowledge, a lot of restraint, a lot of faith, whether Christian or Muslim. But because we are from a certain part of the divide of Nigeria, we're called cows. Yes, people have said all kinds of things. And I know that we do it too. It's not just, I'm not just going to, But then back to the matter of values. I'm glad you mentioned Uber. Something happens with one of these companies, and I'm sure those of us who order rides can testify to what I'm about to say. I order a ride, and then the driver calls, and then we're having the conversation of how to pick me up. And the person now says, they said they're going to charge you 5,000 naira. And I'm like, okay, no, it's not enough. You will add something. Because you understand, and probably you're in a hurry and you're desperate, you need to get somewhere. All right, fine, I will add something. I can give a tip. My mother called a tip to ensure promptness. Fine, I can give you a tip. But when I enter your car, the next thing you say, these people, they charge too much. So let us go offline. Now, here's the point. Going offline, I always refuse, and I want to end the ride at that time. You know why? The company linked us together. You signed an agreement that whether 10, 15, or 20%, you will give back for being the middleman between us. And yet you want to rob that company of connecting us. That's a problem. Sometimes I say it to these drivers and they get it. Sometimes they get upset. Sometimes they become even more beggarly. There is a problem. Because you owe it to the company that gave you the connect to give them their 10%. But somehow you think that 10%. But the people that you're supposed to speak to are your government that came and removed subsidy that is not really removed. Not the company that has set up a business or the client. So at what point in time do we have value amongst ourselves? I've found myself sometimes saying to the drivers, I'm not the one that caused your problem. This recent End Bad Governance, somebody was meant to make t-shirts in Plateau State. And I think he was contracted 2,000 t-shirts. He only provided 500 t-shirts. Now, bear in mind that to make a t-shirt is about 2,600 with the printing and all that. But I hear that he charged about 6,000 naira. People who were donating to that cause were abroad. So I'm sure by the time they calculated their dollar, it's all right. So that Nigerians could go and express themselves, their fundamental human rights and all of that. 2,000 t-shirts, Bros provided 5,000 t-shirts, 500, and ran away. Now, mind you, he was paid about 80% of the total cost. And he didn't do it yet. He was in the group that wants to end bad governance. So put that person in the government house. What will he do? We have somebody that was NLC president that we all looked up to a few decades ago. He becomes governor and tells widows to go and die. He makes fun of a woman and says she is barren. So just, to piggyback off what he just said about how do we even value one another? How do we value each other? If we don't start from this room and take it outside and just say to ourselves, I will not. I don't know how to say this, but especially from my mom's side, I come from a family where we pride ourselves in being pioneers in many professions. And we also pride ourselves in not having excessive money. If I call my mother's last name now, there are many people in this room who know that name. But they pride themselves in one thing, that it's not about the excesses. It's about, they will tell you it's about the values from home, like you mentioned. It's about what it is that you can give back. So all of you youth that are sitting down here, you have a lot to give back. Starting from the way we talk to one another, the way we stand up for each other. Without, you see, the new tribe is charging you to be blind to tribe and be Nigerian first. And it's very difficult. Even when I walked in, I was told, oh, you're a Muslim, so you're going to lead the prayer. I said, use the Nigerian pledge as the prayer. I've already woken up at 4:30 a.m. and I've bowed my head facing the east to the Kaaba. I really don't have to come here and do it all over again. But there are people who are going to now say, what a sacrilege. She's not a true. Because I supported a candidate from the Southeast, my family was investigated. Maybe because I was a woman, or maybe because I was Northern, but those things didn't matter to me. On television, I was asked, am I really from Kazore? Where did I get the name Kazore from? Verbatim. And so I had to think fast. So what I did was, thankfully, my father has a royal title that's been in our family for over 4 generations. And that's what I anchored my response on, so that they would back off. Which shouldn't be so. As an individual, as a citizen of this country, as a woman, as a grown adult, as a mother, as a mentor, a family person, it is my fundamental human right to choose whomsoever I want to support, especially when I feel that that person is a better candidate. So the charge is for each and every one of us in this room to throw it away. Yesterday I was at the airport, 5 hours, my flight was delayed, and I'm a very chatty, friendly person. So I started asking people, because I was already nervous about coming here, and I asked several people, and somebody said, no, an Igbo man can never be president of this country. And I was like, why? And he didn't have an answer. They did this, and this is the war that happened in Nigeria. It was their fault. And I thought to myself, well, has an Igbo man ever done something to you personally? An elderly man, I will not name his tribe so that you guys, we won't, hopefully I've broken the cycle at the airport. And he said, no, they haven't done anything to me. And in retrospect, it dawned on him that in July, just this past July, it was an Igbo neighbor that knocked on his door and said, why are your children still at home? Shouldn't they go and learn a trade? They can make shoe. They can do this. They can learn to do this. The same man was now telling me how fantastic an Igbo neighbor he got. Because now his children learned to trade over 3 months, from July, August to September when they resumed. And he said the man has even said the next holiday he's now going to teach them about how to make money. But initially his thought process was they can never rule. But when I asked him deeper, he found, and I'm saying that it's probable that a Yoruba person has never done anything bad to an Igala man, but somehow he just dislikes Igala people because of the story somebody has told that doesn't even affect him directly. But he was probably born and saved by a Yoruba doctor. Many of us could be sitting here and a Fulani herdsman has probably never attacked or hurt you. And he's more probable to save you if you were to find yourself in an insurgency, because it happens. But you already have an impression about my people because of what a few bad people are doing. And that's what the new tribe has to change. You need to ask yourself, why do I hate this person? Is it because she has long red hair? Who has long red hair here? Who's wearing a nice long bone straight weave? Why should I dislike that person? Because I choose to cover. It's my birthday last year, just a few days ago, 5 days ago to be precise. I had red hair. I did, I just did something to celebrate myself in a totally different way. Doesn't change anything. So as soon as we learn all of this, when we're ended, when we're done, there's a charge that I have here, if Prof will allow me. I wrote it while I was sitting here because everything I wanted to talk about, my 14-pager has already been shared. But there's a charge that I have here for the new tribe, and I truly hope that when we repeat it after when I say it, we will carry it with us. It's very important. Thank you very much.
Are we there? What can we do? I think my role on this panel will be incomplete if I don't get to do what I'm about to do now in answering your question. In many ways, we celebrate the wrong people. We celebrate people with warped values. We celebrate people who, in our poverty mentality, who with our poverty mentality, we call successful. And by success, we mean they have money, material things. In the course of my work, I have met people who are so poor that all they have is money. So because of that, there's a man we need to celebrate. Prof, please sit down. Everyone, please, can you rise on your feet? Whether it's leaders without title, whether is, please remind me of the other program. Yes, that is the organization. I'm talking about the programs now. Role Model Forum, right? All of that, the purpose, the goal in his mind is perhaps, Patito's God, the goal in his mind is just to see that perhaps a few people, we can rescue a few people from this Malay. And he has been doing this consistently. Consistently. He has done a lot of work, tried to run for presidency. He wanted to run the last time, he stepped down. Who does that? Who does that? Ladies and gentlemen, it is not his birthday. Today is not February 6th. It's not his birthday. But I want you to please help me applaud Professor Patriots. So, sir, on behalf of every one of us here, we want to say a big thank you to you. I want to say a big, big thank you to you. And please don't relent. And we'll pray God will continue to strengthen you, keep you in sound health, sound mind, as you continue to lead the church. Please, once again, help me. Thank you, sir. So let us sit down. What more can we? Are we there? We're not there. Okay, we need to round up. What can we do? Two things. One, every one of us. How do we engage young people? Not by what we say to them, but by what we do consistently. Secondly, every one of us. How do we perceive women? How do we perceive perception? How do we perceive women? Are you guided by some religious doctrine that says weaker vessel. If that is what you are guided by, I must tell you that you are missing a lot, you are losing a lot. Because you see, these amazing creatures, there are things as men, there are a lot of things that you cannot see, that you will never see, that they are the only ones that can see. But when you don't engage appropriately, when you don't treat them the way you're supposed to treat them, you will lose a whole lot. You will know it in marriage that it is true. And that's why I said the man is the head of the, you know who the real head is. You know. And the same thing in the marketplace. When we groom women, when we give women more opportunity, when we support women to thrive, because I believe that a peak performing woman is a catalyst for socioeconomic development. So if we want growth, support women, empower women, treat women great. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. What should we do, right? Way forward. Are we there? We are definitely not there. I'm sorry to say, I may sound, strict, but that's just the truth. So we're not there in terms of one, gender, then I'll come to youth. So gender, until we begin to see ourselves not as competitors, but as collaborators. Thank you. So where we have, like I always say, that just as a man is physically different from a woman, so is a woman different. So we are in our personality, in our makeup, in our thinking, So I think that we are to collaborate, we are to complement our differences. What a man can do, I'm not of the saying that a woman can do better. I'm of the opinion that what a man can do, a woman cannot do. And what a woman can do, a man cannot do. So can we come together and come from a place of bring your strengths and your weaknesses, right? Let the woman, most of the times you see that when a man brings his strength, a woman would also come in and bring in a strength. Okay, so there was something I was not collabo. Thank you. Yeah, so there was something I was having a discussion with my husband, and so he was saying something else, and I was like, no, that's not what I mean. This is what I mean. It's like, oh my gosh, it's amazing that you saw it from that perspective, and really, and it enriched the conversation. And he came to meet me again the next. I said, okay, what made you to think in that line? I said, well, that was just the first thing that occurred to me. And that was also the first thing that occurred to him. How? Because we are two separate individuals and there are no basis for comparisons and neither are there basis for competition. So that's for that. So right now we should all go and begin to think differently. That's why I said we are not there. A lot of us still have biases towards. So I take for instance me. I don't see that any man is better than me. I see myself first as an human being. So gender doesn't come in my reasoning. Gender doesn't come in my productivity or in my performance. Gender doesn't come in the potentials of what I carry. Rather, I look at you and I look at human beings from the perspective of value. What have you got to offer? So bring it to the table and let me also bring mine. And I believe that together we'll make magic happen.
Fantastic.
Right. So
fantastic.
That's on the side of gender. So we should like I like the way I'm raising my children, and that's what I'm saying. We should start from our immediate families. We should start with our siblings if you're not married. If you're married, start with your children, no matter how young they are. So I might tell my boy, it's your turn this week to stay in the kitchen. It's your turn this week to stay in the kitchen. Learn how to cook beans. I tell him, see, your wife will pray for me. Do you see? And also my children too. I tell them, go and wash the car. Who made those rules? Oh, my daughter told me she wanted to play football in school. Go ahead. Then we buy toys for children. We say this toy is for boys, this toy is for girls. Who made those rules? So we need to, have begin to do things differently. You tell a girl, close your laps. You tell a boy is allowed. Come on. I mean, I can go on and on from the context of the home setting. And I think that when you build a good family, you are building a good nation.
Thank you so much.
So in terms of youth, I don't know if you are, I'm sure if we need to tell ourselves the truth, and it aches my heart. 2 days ago, yeah, during the week, I took my children to the salon, okay, and I did something for them. And they said, "Thank you, mommy." And the other person came in and greeted me. And people at the salon, and they greeted me like kneeling down on their nails. So, and people, they were shocked that, they see these children that they're almost as tall as you are, and they said thank you to you. So they saw that. Then when we got home, they said, "Mommy, why is it that anytime, we're just our normal selves, it's our duty to respect?" Can you imagine? I said, yes. And that's because there is fast decadence of what? Of morals and what? Values. I don't know. None of my children will greet me and do like and stand. I thought I'm a Yoruba girl. My husband is Yoruba. So that issue of tribe, I'm not in that room. I'm not in that WhatsApp room, right? Reason why Abiola was telling me he can't pronounce my surname. Even the MC was avoiding pronouncing my surname. Yeah, my husband is from Delta State. I'm from Ijebu. My name is Atinuke Ojenima, and I'm proud, right? So that tribal thing is not. I'm not in that space. So and when they say Migo is Urobo, when they say Migo, I asked my husband, I said, "What is Migo?" He says, "Migo is I'm on my nails." You're on your knees and you're standing. It can be kneel down. Okay, so don't mind me. Yeah. It might not be the case for every one of us. I'm just trying to drive a point across that's calling about values. Why is this so important to me? You remember when Prof was also talking, he said that values create what? Culture. And he says values and culture shapes human progress. I mean, so where and how do these things come from? The first school a child would ever go to, the first classroom a child would ever be in, even you and I, is the family. So all these biases about gender, all these values, orientation, mindset that we all have, it means that we are a product of the kind of family or the society that we're raised. So I have a deep, what's it called, concern for today's young people. So many bad things, so many seemingly wrong things are now norm. Then we say it's trend, or we say it's their Gen Z. I tell them, I say, see, life is made on principles. Things can change, many things can change, but values shouldn't change. Values must not change. Principles don't change. Those are the things that guides and governs the heart and governs our dwelling.
Thank you.
Right? So now we all have the responsibility as young people in this room. That's why I said that we will keep we'll keep pointing fingers at the government, but guess what? The rest of the fingers is pointing to us. So what change can we, at our own space, at our own place, at our own position, what change can we effect when it comes to values and when it comes to shaping the culture that will shape our nation?
Thank you so much. Let's jam those hands together for Atinuke. Jam the hands together. And as we wrap up this session, I would like Nana to quickly take us through a charge that she has spoken about. Just a short, brief one, please, as we wrap up.
So
our time is fast
while
spent.
we feel that, yes, the youth have fallen by the wayside, things are not particularly going as one would have expected, the youth are also doing amazing. And I think you guys deserve your flowers. So please, you should give yourselves a round of applause. The magic that you do online, it's unprecedented. Many of you earn money online. Many of you are still doing decent things. Many of you have refused to pick up a gun to go out and steal people's car parts. Many of you have refused to go into prostitution, even though it is there online. A lot of you still use it for the greater good of your families, for yourselves, and you should give yourselves another round of applause. Don't stop doing what you are doing. The first part of my speech, because I was going to be a keynote speaker, I talked about being increasingly wary of talking about youth and women issues. But for my deep respect, told me, I decided to come. Now, please, if you know that you're between the ages of 18 and 35, please stand up. 18 and 35. You know what? Even if you are Gen Alpha, because I know Gen Z, you guys are growing old now. There's Gen Alpha. Thank you for this honor that you're all standing up, because I believe you are the young. These women, I don't understand. You seem to me like you're under 35. It would be nice for you to stand up, please. You know, all right. No problem. So I put down, I penned down in the course of this, whatever, a charge for us. And I would like for us to repeat after me, if you don't mind. My voice matters.
My voice matters.
My choices will shape my future.
My choices will shape my future.
Being resilient will break barriers.
Being resilient to break barriers.
I embrace my power.
I embrace my powers.
I unleash my potential to build a better Nigeria.
I unleash my potential to build a better Nigeria.
That can be a Bido shaker if you want. I am a change maker.
I'm a change maker.
I am accountable.
I am accountable.
I am accountable.
I am accountable.
I am a leader.
I am a leader.
And lastly, I am the future.
I am the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Jam your hands together for Nana. Please, let's come together and do a group photograph, please. Abuja Feed, get ready, please. Thank you so much, everyone. Let's jump our hands together for them as they make their way to their seats, please. Jump your hands together for them, please. If you know you got 1 or 2 points from that conversation. Okay, I can see that the Abuja feed are ready. Abuja focused feed. The youth focused feed Abuja are ready. And I think that team is led by Austin, Kemie, Kingsley, Bangwell, and others. So over to you. We can't hear you, unfortunately.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you very much. Let me congratulate all of you, particularly Professor Patrick Tommy, for taking this challenge to bring us together on this very important and very under the auspices of the. It will interest you to know we've been here for the past 3-4 hours, and we have the young people here, students and young people who converge here at the Yakubu Gowon Center in Abuja, and we've been listening to all the conversations that have been going on and different cohorts, and we've learned so much. We've also had a very meaningful conversation here, here in Abuja during your research, when you had your research. And we have some speakers here. I'm leading the speakers. I'm going to introduce them. We have Kingsley Bangwell, and we have Nelly here, and we have Apia Simon. Because we don't have much time, we will not be able to go into more details, but I will give them opportunity to the speakers to speak, and then I will wrap up under 2 minutes. So they are going to be giving us a charge Our students here, our youth, have asked several questions, and maybe we will have opportunity to ask one of them to also ask one or two questions, so that you guys over in Lagos will respond to them. Let me salute my friend there, Dr. Abiola Salami. I heard him quite a long time. I've been saying hi to you, and you are not responding to me. So they would like to hear the voice of Professor Patrick Tommy, the students, the youths here, and that will give them a lot of encouragement and the stamina for them to take seriously what we have been able to impart on them. So, Kingsley Banwell, for 3 minutes, just say something. You want to start? Okay, let me. Okay, the ladies first. All right, okay, please. Use the mic.
Sorry? Okay. Like say in Nigeria, I stand on the existing protocol. I can see very distinguished people over there. I'm very pleased to be here. Your Excellency, do I say that? Patutomi, I've always wished to be in a room with you. Even if this is digital, I'm very privileged. Oh, okay. Yes. I'm very privileged to be around the aura. Every other today is 1st October, and there are a lot of things we can talk about. Sorry? My name is Nelly Dagbabaris, and not today that never ends. But I mean, to be specific, today I'm going to talk about a little bit on corruption and how we can curb corruption in Nigeria. Professor Patu told me you've been around for a very long time. Sorry? Yeah, Prof, you've been around for since as a child. I've watched you speak on several issues, and here I am again as an adult, still talking about corruption. And there are very young people over here pondering, worried, bothered about corruption. So, like one speaker spoke, she said how to call corruption starts from the family, starts from home, how morals and all of that. So I think I agree with that. And I also plead, if there is a way we are being listened to talk about a possibility of, to enforce laws, to hold people accountable, punitive measures, so that when people commit a certain crime or crimes, whether government officials, whatever it is, they get to the root of it, to punish them, to use them as deterrent to other people. I wouldn't want to waste a lot of time because I know there are going to be beautiful speakers here, but the issue of corruption is very. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're right. Corruption is a terrible, terrible, terrible cancer, eating away at the soul of our country. But you're right also, we start training at home. But importantly, there are examples for us from around the world that show that it is possible to break this. There is a gentleman called Jonathan Tepperman who has written a book titled The Fix, that looks at how terrible problems have been solved in different countries around the world. And he gives the example of Singapore, for example, and taming corruption. It is possible that we can overturn what corruption has done to our country. And we count on all of you to say, I will not give, I will not take. And I assure you that it will serve you well. I am proud to boast, and I've said it many times, I can stand anybody who can say I've ever asked him for a bribe, let the person come forward. That human being does not exist. And I don't give. So it is possible. And I'm sure there are many more people who can say that. Well done.
All right.
All right, thank you so much for this opportunity. I start by the protocol. My name is Afia Simon, the founder of Greenflames Film and Television Academy. I'm particularly thinking about the youth, and this topic is very, very important, especially talking about the new age now. What I would like us to focus more on with other topics that we have down here, I would like us to talk more on the youth, like letting them know that they have, like, especially I'll talk based on myself, like I've never had the opportunity or in my head tell myself I'm going to finish up with my education and work for the government. I've always wanted to do something for the community, for my society, and I would like us to encourage the youth today to have that in their mind, because if you have it in your mind that you want to develop your community, your society, it will be more, it will give you more impact, like it will give you more insights to know that yes, you do not have to depend on the government, you do not have to depend on individuals. You should also have it in your mind that you want to do something for the society. That's what I would like us to.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's very important. Somebody is waiting to start talking as soon as we leave you in Abuja there. Dr. Obiageli Ezekwesili. I mean, one of the things that she has done is that she has created this School of Public Policy and Government that is trying to do the kind of thing you're talking about, to enable people, train them, empower them to be able to stand for that which is the right way to govern in a country. So well done, well done. I think we'll just take one more quickly. So we'll go to her. She's been waiting. She just landed from a long flight and has been waiting to just say a few words to us before she turns to other things.
Right. Standing on existing protocol. Good afternoon, Prof, and good afternoon, everyone that is joining. My name is Kingsley Bangor. I run the 100 Naira a day school for underserved children here in J, and I have some of my students here with me. One big concern for me is we've lost value. It's like values, character has been banished from our society. I was speaking in a leadership meeting where they said that it is dangerous to be right. It was a leadership conference where I was speaking and I was talking about transformational leadership, and I was told that it is dangerous to be honorable in today's society. And that is a big problem. Someone said that when wealth is lost, nothing is lost. When health is lost, something is lost. But that when value, character is lost, everything is lost. It's a big problem for us. And this underpins every facet of our society. And my biggest concern here is that it's now being entrenched in the educational sector, where from GSS secondary school, schools and parents are organizing. Let me know this word help. They are bribing and working with invigilators for their children to pass junior WAEC. And so the parents contribute money. They know what they're contributing money for. The school will put a levy. So when the invigilator comes, they will write the answers on the board. Now, if you introduce children at age 13 to examination malpractice, by the time they get to SS3 to write WAEC, they have perfected the act. And then they get into the tertiary institution where they professionalize that process. And those are the people that will get into public service. Those are the people that will get into INEC. Those are the people that will get into police. Those are the people that will get into the hospitals. How are we now going to expect development? Because you've trained that person with the wrong value set. So this is a big challenge. I think we don't even understand the scale of this problem, because we are raising a generation and what is wrong, and it's a big problem. So I have two quick proposals. For the new tribe, we need to quickly think of how to raise 1,000 role value models. I want to call them value models. 1,000 value models. We need to find them quickly. We need to find a program to identify people of integrity. People who can say like, Prof, I've never given or taken a bribe. And I'm saying it also, I'm joining Prof to say, I have never given or taken a bribe. I was coming from Jos to Abuja, and I didn't have a particular paper. They said I will pay a particular amount. I said I will not pay. They held my car. I left the car, came to Abuja, signed what I came to sign, and came back to Jos. I came back to Jos, went to police. They said that paper doesn't exist. I went to the police people, back to Lafia. to collect my car. And the police officer asked me, you couldn't give them 200 naira, you did all of this? I say I can give 200 naira, but I don't give or take bribe. And people that have worked with me for 20, 30 years will tell you, Kingsley does not give or take bribe. In fact, someone was with me in the car that day. And every time we meet, he said he remembers that story. So, bro, we need to find 1,000 value models across Nigeria. And then when we find them, we need to come up with a 3, 4, 5 years program to invade our tertiary and secondary schools and begin to promote that. Otherwise, every other thing we are building on the wrong foundation, because people will not give what they do not have. And we must build a generation.
Thank you so very much. Appreciate it.
Okay. Let's put our hands together for the Youth Focus Feed Abuja. Let's jam our hands together for them.
Somebody recently came young people, they want me to do a consultancy for us. What they actually said,
let's put our hands together for them once again, please. Thank you so much for that powerful presentation. Jam your hands together for them. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, moving up, as Prof had rightly mentioned some few minutes ago, we will be taking we will be taking Dr. Obi Ezekwesili to speak to us.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
I am trying to, okay, let's see if I can get it on. Okay, so I am reaching you from the Redemption City of God. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you, but we can't see you. Can you please turn on your camera so we can see
my
your
camera
face?
is on.
Oh, okay.
My camera is on. My video is on. You still cannot see me?
Not yet. Okay, yes, we can see you now. Oh, we can see you.
Okay, so
yes, we can see you.
So I am actually at the Redeemed camp because we came in this afternoon from trips abroad, and I am speaking to the young people of the Redeemed Christian Church of God at their annual convention. But you know, trust my my professor brother to always find a way to sneak something into my program. It's the way I pay the tax for getting him to teach those students that he was telling you about at the SPPG, School of Politics, Policy and Governance. So he knows how to sneak something on me that I cannot say no to. And how can I possibly say no to listening to the kind of talk that you all have been having since I joined at about 2:48 this afternoon? I am quite enthused by the determination of Professor Patu Tommy to continue to press on. You know, it's difficult to persist. Those of us that started the journey of demanding for a better society at about the time that some of you were probably only just being born, because I want to believe that the average age in the room or in the various satellite centers that have joined up this event would be something around 20, maybe 27, 28, or even 30. And if it is 30, then Patu, Tommy, and I, we have been on the journey for more than 30 years. I do recall our time as concerned professionals because he couldn't be quiet during military rule. And together with a couple of other people, began the concerned professionals, which he and I tend to Peter side. And is it Shegu Oni? I keep trying to remember. Oni, you know, who?
Sam Oni.
Sam Oni. I knew it was an S, you know. And then we had the likes of even, Aswe Godalo, who was just running for governor in Edo State, and Maureen Babalola. We had Waziri Adamu, of blessed memory. And then myself. And all we did was, as professionals, we said, no, we cannot anymore stay in our cozy offices and ignore the fact that our country was disintegrating and was being poorly governed by the military. And so that's how concerned professionals happened in the period that the elections of MK Obiola was annulled, because for some of us, it was the first time we were in fact voting in an election. It was the first time I was voting in an election. We were quite young, but we were not that young to not have voted. So when I see all of you having this conversation and harping on the most important element that is missing in the equation of national development, values, it makes me joyful. And that it is the Center for Values in Leadership that has brought us together toward forging a community of practice of people who care about values for nation building. He has asked me to talk to you on values. Many of you have said all that needs to be said, but I just want to connect the dots in using 2 or 3 points. First point is that often when people talk about values, they don't make the quick connection to the fact that values have to be shared in a society in order for it to be a formalized artifact or become a system. It has to be shared. Our greatest tragedy in Nigeria is that over time, as values declined and values, I'm looking eroded, as values eroded, we began to become a country of people that do not share the kinds of values that are necessary for nation building. What do I mean by this? What I mean by this is that the erosion of values that appeared to be shared values once upon a time in our society, like the basic one of simply knowing how to be honest. You don't just wake up and you go and steal the community goat. No, it was not something that we were used to as a people, But today, you can wake up and steal the public treasury, and it would mean nothing. And you would have people who support you to steal the public treasury because they say, after all, other people have stolen it. What happened to them? Therefore, our own person is okay to steal it. So that inability to understand that values cannot be personal values of a few people in a society that can build a society. No, it has to be shared. And so what Patutom is trying to do is to create a nucleus that will eventually, hopefully, really be amplified into a larger community of people, a larger spectrum of society that say we share certain fundamental values. In some societies, what they do is that they actually embark on an exercise of determining what everyone considers to be some core and critical values that everybody would subscribe to. We haven't done that. We do need to do that. Maybe Patu Tommy is trying to do that as a person outside a non-state actor. But it is harder. It would be better that this kind of initiative would find resonance with people who have formal powers, because the reason that government is powerful is that it is the only entity within a society that has the kind of scale based on authority. So it means that for those of you who are part of this community, you must have the voice to demand for us to have a conversation that will agree our shared values. And Patu Tommy consistently speaks about this, but just a few voices speaking about this would not be sufficient. At the beginning of this year, the article that I wrote, my op-ed, was harping on this matter of shared values. It is good that your generation is on the train for demanding for shared values. The second connecting the dot that I'd like you to know is that Patutomi would often say that you cannot have a society that has no culture. Why? Because, in fact, in business school, the first thing you're taught is that culture eats strategy for breakfast. So any system, any society that does not have culture is bound to be in trouble. Now, why would you say we don't have culture? Don't we have certain culture in our society? Yes, we do have cultures. We have some cultural beliefs and things and ethos. But that's one level. When we get it to the formalized level of what we mean by culture, it then begins to be what we go forward and call institutions. Institutions are the systems that come from the culture, the values that have amalgamated together to now create what we simply define as the way a people do their things. Even in the work of development, that's what we call it. Culture, institution, the way a people do their things. In other words, in a democratic society like us, it would be the way that we do our things based on the rule of law. So the rule of law underpins a system, processes, institutions, and structures that define the way we do our things. So my third point then becomes, if indeed values are the basis, the amalgam of values are systematized into culture, into institutions. And often we hear Nigerians quote what Obama said in Ghana. And he was not the first person that said it. Patutomi and myself have been saying this thing all our lives, that every society is better governed by institutions, not by the power of the great man or great woman. Because no matter how characteristic and how charismatic a man or a woman may be, there will be a day that they expire. So when they expire, should society end? They shouldn't be so. And that's why the idea that institutions are the fundamental basis on which you can guarantee the sustainable development of society is one that anyone who knows anything at all about development will tell you that it is the way to go. But Nigerians who then say, we don't need strong men, we need strong institutions. Institutions are not agencies. I think Nigerians often think that institutions are agencies. Somebody should just sit down somewhere and by fiat create institutions. Well, we have created agencies, but agencies don't become institutions until they become the practice of how the people expect themselves to be governed. So, for example, when I was in government, there are a couple of institutions that came into agencies that came into existence because of my own work. So, some of you hear people calling me Madam Due Process because of the reforms in the public procurement system of our country. Now, that public procurement reform ended up in what we put together as a bill that went to the National Assembly and came out as Bureau for Public Procurement. It is a codification of the way we should do our public contracts. Now, does it become an institution because it exists as an agency? No, it only becomes an institution when it is time-tested and as a matter of pattern and culture. The people that do contracts and the governments that award contracts follow the processes consistently and over time. We don't have to worry ourselves. Like they don't worry themselves in the United States who is doing wayo under the table for public contracts because they know that the institutional mechanisms exist. So I am connecting all of these dots for you so that you can see that the values are so fundamental that you do need to, as a tribe, and using that word because I don't like the word tribe, but I not understand the context in which Patu Tommy is using it in this case. Now, you galvanizing into a group of people who understand that the imperative for us to build institutions, because institutions are the sustainable pathway for assuring the progress of society. And if you then if you're going to get to that, we're simply saying that don't assume that those institutions are just agencies. They are really the practice of the people, the values that the people share, the values that they subscribe to, the things that they are not ready to negotiate. I end on the note that one of the key things that my father raised me and my siblings on is that nothing, absolutely nothing is so valuable enough to make you negotiate your values. You must never negotiate your values. There's nothing on the table that is costly, that is exciting enough for you to trade your values in order to collect it. And your new tribe would have to be those kinds of people, because a core group of people who believe and share fundamental values can become the forerunners for the building, for the metamorphosing of agencies into institutions. Imagine, Prof, that your new tribe would take a particular agency of government in Nigeria and exert enough pressure on it to actually practice the ethos, the principles, and the values on the basis of which they were created. Imagine that would happen. You know why I say this? I say this because governance is a matter of demand and supply. Right now, the agencies are the supply side of governance. It is only when a new tribe of all of you coming together, sharing these values collectively and on a sustained basis, exert sufficient pressure on the supply side of governance. That's when the quality of the performance of the supply side begins to improve. And that is when you can say that the values that you share are indeed creating and giving us a new Nigeria. I just hope that you continue to be as hopeful as I am that someday we're going to get it right, especially because people like you are ready to pay the cost because of the cost that it involves in having values. Consistently having values in a society like Nigeria is too costly. And that's why people opt out not to have it. But it looks like you are all prepared to keep with those values. Your values will help us get to a culture that is different from the current political culture, which is really one where vice and not values are meant to create powerful personal pockets of individuals. I wish you well, because through you, indeed, we shall get a new Nigeria. God bless you all. Pat, I've done my bit.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. You say it more clearly, you don't say it better. By the way, Dr. Ezekosili was referring to Obama's famous remarks in Accra about what Africa needs. And he said, what Africa needs is strong institutions and not strong men. 48 hours before he made that speech, while he was airborne, flying towards Ghana from Europe, I used almost exactly the same words in a speech at the Golden Gate restaurant, that what Africa needs is actually strong institutions, but all we keep encouraging is strong men. So when the thing was published, somebody called me and said, look, who is stealing each of the other's notes? You or Obama? Anyway, but such a beautiful thing to hear her speak. So go on.
Thank you so much, Prof, for that. And thank you so much, amiable Dr. Obi Ezekwesili, for that fantastic comment on values. Up next, we'll be taking a musical break and interlude. While that is ongoing, let's prepare for an interactive Q&A session, and then we'll tell you the next panel session that we'll be taking afterwards. So let's have a music break at the moment. Thank you so much.
Oh my God. Oh, oh. It feel like Satan won't tell us what to we never hear before. To Baba Deya, plus Soli Baba Deya, Sabada Bada 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 Bada. No be smarting, no be smarting, no be smarting, no be smarting. I said no be smarting, no be smarting, no be smarting. Looking back to all the years that you and I have spent together.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you can dance if you want to. You can sing along. You know, stretch your arms and your legs. Everybody's running away now. Yeah, yeah, yeah. If only you just believe, yeah, yeah. Close your eyes and consider now. Yeah. Don't you worry about a thing, no. If you work hard, you can get it if you want. If you strive hard, you can be just what you want. If you work hard, you can climb the mountain down. Nothing is too small, nothing is too big. We are mayor, we are mayor, yeah, we are. We are mayor, so come be away. We are mayor, we are mayor, yeah, we are. We are mayor, so come be away. Yeah, what my eyes have seen, yeah. Oh, what you me yeah. Don't let them tell you you can't, cause they won't help you just so you know. Just give them no shit. If it's easy, give me your day. What they beg my super job. If it's in my baby, your day. What they beg my super job. Oh, you're in the job. We are mayor, we are mayor, so come away. We are mayor, we are mayor, we are mayor, so come away. Come away, Maria Fanda, look, come on. My blessing come now, favor come now. Goodness and mercy follow me every day. Anything when I want, for this life, anything when I touch. Jenna Machon, Jenna Boss, you, now me get down. If they fight, you know my name. If my belly come on your body, my time don't come, yeah. Ayo, Abba, Levio, Ideo, Ayo, Video, every day, shower my blessing. Send the money where you want, oh. I be open up, oh. Time it don't come, oh. Ayo, Abba, happiness knocking one day, prosperity something one day, my blessing coming, oh, ayo, Abba, baby, oh. Shonoha, Aniola Wale, Oside, Pansasidala, Ayo Atalapia, Alawapia, Deluka, if you believe, oh, Shami, oh yeah, Shami, oh, Ideo, Ayo Ideo, every day, showers of blessing. Send the money where you want, oh. I be open up, oh. Time you don't come, oh. Jorobi, I want you to love me. Jorobi, baby. Never. Oh. Why you know they call me? Kilode, Joro, Kilode. I they give you singing now. Oh, you know they see me now. I give you green light to tire. Joro, me, Joro. I'm a kilo babu. But the man of babu. Me, I go shoot my shot to your Joro. So, Joro, baby, take my number. Take my number. You know you can call me later. Call me later. Me, I want to be your lover. Be your lover. Oh, baby, call me later. Call me later. All I be bossing me, oh. Talk to your friend, oh. Joro me, baby. Joro me. Shebi want to sup with me. You talk say you like me. I be run long back, go. Say, I they give you singing now. Why you know they see me now? I give you green light to tire. Joro me. I'm a kilo babu. But the man of babu. Hey, I go shoot my shot to you, Joro. Say, Joro, baby, take my number. You know you can call me later. Oh, yeah, me, I want to be your lover. Yeah, oh, baby, call me later. Call me later. One time. Da 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 da. Da da da. Oh. Oh, baby, don't be proud. The best love you die. Say me I love you, baby. Oh yes, I love you, baby. Oh, Joro, tell me why. Say you didn't take my time. Oh, you just call me, baby. Joro, baby, take my time. Come on. You can feel it. See it, it's electric. See, it's shocking, it's electric. Give me some power, she's a puppet like a she's shut. Don't feel it. Oh, you can see it. I know where to stay. Here and everywhere. Take you on a party ride. I'll teach you the electric style. See, some say it's a mistake, it's electric boogie boogie. One on the feeling, it's electric boogie boogie. Ooh, it's shocking, it's electric boogie boogie boogie. You can miss it, she's a bumping like a man, she's a bumping like she's shocking the booty. All right. sunshine on a cloudy day. When it's cold outside, I've got a motor bed. Yeah. I can say what can make me feel this way, my girl. Talk about my girl. I've got so much honey, the bees and me. I got a sweeter song, got the best in the tree. Yeah. I can say, you say, what can make me feel this way? And my girl, talk about my girl, my girl. Ooh. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. See, I don't need no money, but you don't pay. Yeah. I hear it, all the riches, baby, will make it clear. Yeah. I guess you say, what can make me feel this way, girl? Talk about my girl, my girl.
If you are outside, please come inside now. If you are outside, come inside. If you are outside, come come inside, come inside, come inside. Settle in, settle in, settle in. Okay. Thank you so much, the delectable Econ Band. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. Can we settle down, please? Can we sit, please? Thank you. So as we prepare to round up and wrap up, we're going to be taking an interactive Q&A session. And for this session, I would first like to ask our dear Prof. Patutomi to please come up on stage. Now, for this session, we'll be taking questions. Do you have any question for Prof? Is there something you've always had in mind to ask him, how he got this far? What's his motivation? What's inspiring him? That question that you've always had in mind, this is the right time and right place to ask those questions and get answers. Okay. Please come forward. Prof, would you like us to take the questions, then you respond? Okay. So we'll take all the questions, then Prof can then respond.
All right. Good evening, everybody. Right. Good evening, everybody. My name is Jonathan Aikwe, and I've been following Professor Patitomi since when I was a teenager. Let me put it that way. And now I'm into my 40s, and so it's been a long time. And normally, when I am somebody who is very reflective, and when I look back at all the years that he has been on the forefront of for a new Nigeria, to even add to that, I was one of the people that voted for him when he contested for presidency. I think I recall it was against Atiku and one other person. So the so-called 50,000 votes that he got, I was one of the voters. That was how much I believed in the cause which he greatly espoused. You know, but we have seen our nation progressively gotten worse, you know, over the years, and we begin to wonder, where did we get it wrong? And we've not been lacking in good people with great ideas of how we can turn Nigeria around. So I don't know, perhaps what can we do differently? Prof is now heading into his 70s. I mean, he's about to, he's on the periphery of his 70th year on earth. You know, that means he's now beginning to look at handing over the baton to much younger people to carry on the fight from where he had been. So I don't know perhaps what we can do differently, you know, and seeing that. But for me, perhaps I would want to think that perhaps we mentioned something that we lack a national strategic plan. And I want to bring it closer, that how can we, the good people who believe in Nigeria, have a strategic plan, a 50-year plan, where these ones who are perhaps in their 20s, we actively feature on how we can take back Nigeria for good. The person who is running rings about Nigeria had a 24-year plan since 1999 to become where he is today. And unfortunately, it wasn't a good plan he had. It was a very selfish ambition and a Milocon plan. You know, so but I believe that good people too can have similar agenda with a long-term view on how we can start. Abia State is in Labour Party hands. Perhaps it can be the beacon of hope where which we can start the new movement. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elijah Booth. Thank God that I'm here today and to participate in this program. I would like to say, based on all the panelists' discussions, both first and second, they are all based on leadership. Talked about food security. They talked about having a strong institution. But if we don't have a leadership, those institutions cannot be strong. Last elections, we all came out at the youth to make our voice known to the government that we need a change of government or leadership. And we demonstrated. But the two institutions, which is INEC, said no. And the judiciary, which is supposed to be the hope of the hopeless, said no. They turned it, they murdered the voice of the voiceless in the last year elections. And now we are talking about having a strong institution and to make things work in Nigeria. Now my question is, what is the TNT plans concerning these two institutions? Because if you see now, the same people that might also be able to conduct elections in 2027, and the government just increased the judiciary salary to 300%, which is part of their tools that they are going to use in 2027. Now, what is the TNT advice or their plans concerning this so that we can get a good leadership before we talked about getting a strong institution. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone, again. My question for Prof is, for those of us who are public speakers and are in the fore, how do we speak to young people in a way that because when you're talking to them, you see that they don't even believe what you're saying. Because from their experience, they feel you're just being a philosopher. Especially when you're trying to tell them to think as a Nigerian first, because they don't even understand that what should be the philosophy of people, of those of us who are now going to mentor others. What should be our philosophy about being Nigerian first before anything else? And then what gives you that driving power, that staying power to keep at it? Because it's quite
Okay, so my question is, yes, this is a new tribe, but I want to know how we intend to address the challenge where our politics, our governance has been so polarized across ethnic, religious, social, political lines. Because the political class have seen it as a weapon to divide us apart. And we saw that clearly at the 2023 election, where people are being demonized for coming from a certain particular place. So what are we going to do to create that cohesion that Nigerians will look beyond their ethnic group, their religion, and whatever that's polarizes us as a nation? Thank you.
So much.
Good afternoon. Biodun Adewuni. Prof, thank you for your presentation and other presentation from. There's some. I can see that we're talking about a strong institution or building people around the institution that are even more stronger. And like I was discussing with one of the guests that presented, and I asked, I said, are we elevating strong people above the institutions? Because I listened to Madam Duke process where she said, behind every institution, you have the people. I quite agree. But the way it is, I want to say that we need strong institutions. And I will take example from the experience that you had at Ogun State. You had an approval somewhere. You were supposed to be running a project. Another governor came because he's a very powerful man. He's above the institution. He decided to just, cripple that vision one way or the other. So if we are looking at the value system that we are putting in place, I think our institutions must have that value. I mean, we should incorporate that value in the institution so that if I sign a contract with a particular government for 15 years, the mere fact that the person that signed the contract with me after 5 years leaving, another government should not come and I will now be at war with that kind of person. It doesn't really even encourage investment. But, for the political class that we have, they feel that they are powerful. I also want to take the issue from our Madam Kazauri when you are talking of people taking responsibility. You see, the leaders in Nigeria are not taking responsibility because we don't hold them accountable. A lot of us believe that once they do anything, we don't need to challenge them. We see them as a demigod. They have become that evil. So if we don't if we don't challenge them, demand for accountability, just like what one of our speakers mentioned, it will look as if they are demigod. And I think that area too, if we are building the new tribe, we should also incorporate that in our system. Don't know if this new tribe is to be taken into a curriculum of our students from the school. Because once we begin to have, I know that while growing up, we used to have a sort of moral instruction. I don't know if it's still part of it. So these are things that our curriculum system needs to be reviewed and incorporate what we are looking at. Because a lot of things that we are even facing in Nigeria today is because we are still using the old curriculum systems that when people get out of the school, they can't find jobs. And there's need for the new Nigeria to look at that so that at the end of the day, we can change the narrative and build a new Nigeria that we are all doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I believe
good evening, sir. Good evening, ma'am. My question is that this quote, societies are built by institutions. So I want to know if there's any plan or strategies to approach institutions like the judiciary and INEC, because they are the institutions that make powerful decisions pertaining to our country. So thanks.
Good evening. My name is Sudo Afabi. My own question is, how do we solve the problem of godfatherism in Nigerian politics? Because we've seen people like the quote, "It is my turn, give it to me." And it was being given to the person, and at the end of the day, we've not seen good things.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tijani Yusuf. Why is it that now in Nigeria, without link up or connection, you can't find a good job?
going over to the last question.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Atinuke Ojenima, and I want to pick the panel's brain by asking this simple question, and it is, in what practical ways can strong institutions be built? As in what practical ways? Number one. Then number two, by who?
Thank you so much. Prof, we're done with the questions.
Thank you very much. Many questions, but I should begin, by the way, by apologizing to many we have left out. The people who are waiting for us online. The cohort in Sweden, the cohort in London, you know, we have to just apologize to them. The time is just impossible to cover everything. So Chief Ainabe, I know he spoke once, twice during the course as the London group. Apologies. Okay. I remember Jonathan Ainabe because the first question came from Jonathan here. You know, he talked about voting in 2007. You know, in that election, actually at the end of the election, three major opposition presidential candidates were incidentally Atiku Abubakar, Muhammad Buhari, and myself. And together, three of us addressed world press conferences and all of that. I was the spokesperson for the three as we met the world. Obviously, we have had many terrible elections in Nigeria. I mean, they just decided, let's give this guy 50,000, let's give that guy 5,000. There was no election in 2007. The U.S. mission was led by former Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright. I remember having lunch with her and with the former Canadian Prime Minister, Martin. And they said to me at the point, look, cameras, everything is away, but how can you forget what has just happened here at the election? You know, and that's a tragedy. The Nigerian people, look, nothing happens unless people put pressure on the system. Even in the most famous democracies we know of, the law as we know of it today. There's a famous French laissez-faire thought leader who wrote a book in 1849 titled The Law. And essentially, he made the fact that the law is just some convenience of powerful people that makes people accept what they do. And I can tell you that it's only when people put pressure. That is why I think the very worst thing that this administration has done is put down the idea of the voice of the people. All this they are saying that people who protest are committing treason is the worst thing that Bola Tinubu has done in his life. More than anything. Because when you put down the voice of the people, you squelch the very idea of democracy. And it's the voice of the people going as far back as the Magna Carta that allowed for an evolution of a democracy, ultimately. So it is how the people stand up, different analysis that enable people to get away from those challenges of autocracy. And I'll speak to this a little more in response to another question on this list. Then, Jonathan, you raised the question of national strategy. You heard up here because you say that, you know, culture eats strategy for breakfast. You know, many organizations have great strategies, but the thing fell completely on a fate because of their value system. In fact, those of us who are teachers in this area will tell you, I'll tell you, for example, that if you read a book on strategy that was written like 40 years ago, they would generally refer to 3 levels of strategy. One level is what essentially called corporate strategy. That is about what kind of business should we go into or be. Next level is called basic or business strategy, which is how do you outcompete your rivals. The third level is called functional strategy, how the various functions align. But in more recent years, you will have a 4th level of strategy. It's called institutional strategy. And this deals with culture, because people found that strategy was being eaten by culture. And around 1993, 2 former McKinsey consultants, Jim Collins and Jerry Porras, concluded this humongous 10-year research that resulted in a book titled Built to Last. And out of it showed the importance of values of corporate culture as a primal source of corporate ascendancy. And so you would now have a 4th level of strategy, which we call institutional strategy, which is about corporate, which is about so what we must do is not only that we develop a long-term strategy, but we build the values that will sustain the strategy. Because you don't have those values, you don't have the corporate culture. You can construct strategy all you want, and it will end up being the same story of Nigeria. Oh, what a wonderful budget, but it was not implemented faithfully. This is why we have the new tribe. This is the whole idea of the new tribe. And we'll be looking at why Nigeria fails. Why is it that we've done all these things? We've had Vision 2020, we've had this, we had that, and we're still crawling. It is because of culture. Because values shape human progress. Until we can get the values right, everything else is a waste of time. Institutions and leadership. Elijah raised the question about some very weak institutions like INEC and judiciary and the damage that they have done to taking elections, for example, seriously in Nigeria. Those who acquire the state, who capture the state, laugh because they think it makes it easy for them. You can just tell judiciary to write whatever you want them to write, they will write. And you can retain power. You can take over those state, take over this state, take over that state. Sounds nice and good, but it's always in the end. Look, I lived in this world where people like Nicolae Ceausescu were such powerful. That was the president of Romania. Such powerful people, nobody could talk. It was Park Stalin who says that those who vote in elections don't matter. People who matter are those who count the votes. So everybody can go and vote as they like. Who count the votes will determine what the result is. Stalin said that long ago. But people who came in the mode of Stalin, like Nicolae Ceausescu, and were so powerful, did whatever they liked, eventually were killed on the streets of Romania. It will happen in Nigeria, I assure you. These guys who are running around looking like the big girls, you will see them killed on the streets of Nigeria. There is a limit to how people will take anything. And eventually, the only problem is that the process can become so terrible that we end up in Somalia or Sudan, where innocent people, all the investments people have made, just go down to rubble. Why would any people wish that on their people? That is why what I think whenever I look at these people, I wonder, is it because they are stupid or is it because they are selfish? There's a way you can be selfish and it moves past selfishness to stupidity. And we are in deep trouble. But there are sources of strength for our unwinding. One of that is the diaspora. First, the diaspora knows more because they are in more enlightened communes. Secondly, they have more resources than we tend to have because they are prosperous society and are doing very well. Thirdly, they're away from the shenanigans of these guys who can send police and dogs and other people after you. So they have more freedom and more latitude. But in the end, they can not do much unless the people themselves challenge what oppresses them. And that is very important. Madam Nana Kazari, you raised the issue of young people who sometimes don't believe in you because all they look, what they see around them. Well, it's a matter of persisting in trying to show them right. There are examples around the world you can show to them. This is how it ended up in Somalia. This is how it ended up in, I'll tell you one particular interesting story. When I was a graduate student in America in the late 1970s, I had a Liberian neighbor named I remember his name in a second. Anyway, his Liberian neighbor. And one day I was coming back from class and I saw a U-Haul van packing his stuff into it. And I said, boy, what's happening? He said, and I'm going back to Liberia. I said, going back, not finished. He was doing a PhD. Said people have called me every day. Say, what are you wasting your time? What are you doing with PhD? Look, life is here booming, everything. You are wasting time reading PhD. What are you doing? So I remember the short boy short name is Sai. I don't remember the full version of Sirenius. Name was Sirenius 4. So before I could say Jack, Sai had abandoned his PhD, headed back to Liberia. Several years later, of course, I had returned to Nigeria. My own career made hop, step, jump here and there. And I was living in the official residence of the managing director of Volkswagen of Nigeria, not far from here, on 850 Aboyadeko. And Sai was appointed ambassador of Liberia to Nigeria. And he was living at the Liberian embassy in Idejo Close there. And so Sai and I got to spend quite a few evenings. Incidentally, the school we went to, both Indiana University, another person who went there became president of Liberia, Professor Amos Sawyer. So Sai will bring his president when Amos Sawyer comes to collect whatever handout Babangida used to give them in those days. We'll bring Sawyer to my house here in VI and we'll sit down and be talking. There's something Sai used to say to me. He said, Sai, I said, Pat, you these Nigerians, you are amazed. You are amazed. He said, you know how I ran away from Bloomington to go home. And you were saying to me, where are you going? I said, they're chopping live. What am I doing here? I got there, I started chopping live too. Before I knew it, I had Mercedes, I had big car and everything. But I was looking at the government and what they were doing. And I said, hey, wahala, this system will cost wahala. But I could not talk. Because if I talk, I will lose my Mercedes. I will lose my fancy house. And I kept quiet. One day, staff sergeant came. All those people who I should have talked to were out. And staff sergeant began to misbehave very, very badly. And I say, hey, look at where we're going. No trouble is coming. No. But I did not talk. Because if I talk, I will lose my Mercedes. I will lose my house. So one day, it got so bad that even Staff Sergeant himself was just cut off like a piece of meat. He said, you're going on the streets. Somebody says to you, stop. He says, stop. They give me the key of that Mercedes. I said, hey, Mercedes, let go. It's only my life that's important. Take Mercedes. So you come back to the house and you say, Madam say, where Mercedes? You say, just be thanking God that I'm alive here. Oh. He said, one day you're sleeping in the night, you knock on the door. He say, pack out. Commandante won't use his house. He say, hey, wow. Mercedes is gone. House can go. Which one? At least I'm alive. It's a very funny story. Elaborate. Then they catch you one day, they cut off your hand. Say, hey. Thank God I'm alive. Then refugee camp. Say, but your country is pouring money down the streets of Liberia to save us, and we're very grateful. Say you're pouring the blood of Nigerians down the gutters of Liberia to save us, and we're very grateful. But Pat, I can't understand why you guys are doing the things that brought us to where we got to. The story was told from here, my house, in 1990, whatever it was. And we are still doing it. May God help us. What gives the driving power to stay there? Driving power, because I know that if you are smart and you don't do something, you will get to where, again, Pierre's telling, but it's a long story again. Vice President, as he was, Osinbajo, and I were speakers at the birthday, many years, 60th birthday, many years ago, of Pastor Wale Adeparasa. Pastor Paul's senior brother, Guardian Light Assembly. And Professor Shimbajo, when he spoke, talked about being appointed to UN Commission on Liberia, Somalia. And he went to Somalia and, in the refugee camp, they were showing him around. He saw a face that looked very familiar. Kept quiet. After a while, he couldn't be. I said, that man, that gaunt-looking old man carrying a bowl, begging for rice, looks like somebody I know. Yes. He used to be Chief Justice of the Federation. And he remembered when the man was arriving in New York, led by a motorcycle motorcade. And I told this story I just told about Liberia when I spoke. Now, is that the future we want to see for ourselves and for our country? Knowing that gives me driving power. Well, I'm an international academic. I can fit into most advanced societies in the world, get a nice salary, dollars. But what is the point of being born here if all I end up doing is taking refuge in a country where their own forefathers sweated that they may not be like we are? This is why I do what it is that I do. Well, Paul asked about polarized society on ethnic and all that. You know, is education. Again, simple story. Emotion, a lot of emotion is leading people to behaving badly. People you think will not do this kind of thing, you see them behave in a certain way. You say, is it not this Lakbaja that I know so well? The truth of the matter, I don't know how many of you read something I wrote. Actually, it's in the brochure. Try and read it if you have not read it. The danger of years. Because research has been done that shows that when people behave badly, doesn't matter the other attributes like education and all of that. You will see somebody who has 2 PhDs and a political leader who is doing wrong because he comes from his village can't even interrogate what the man is doing. Well, when the chips are down, like happened in Germany, when Hitler mobilized Hitler youth, everybody got excited, and they were all marching, and hey, Hitler, the Third Reich, and Hitler. And usually these kinds of demagogues find a group of people, an ethnic group. In that case, it was the Jews. Blame them for every problem. That there's food shortage. It must be the Jews. They hide food. There's no air to breathe. It must be the Jews. And everybody got convinced that you should kill Jews. By the time they were done, they had killed 6 million Jews in concentration camps. And then, of course, the whole world went to war on it. When it ended, German doctors, German professors were asking themselves, where were we? How did this happen to us? As I dare sometimes to suggest, there's a very interesting team at the Center for Moral Cognition at Harvard studying these things. How does this happen? They use neuroscience to study the brain, psychology, philosophy. How is it possible that people can act like this? And the things, their findings are very interesting. Go and look at the work of Joshua Green. You can read the book Moral Tribes. Emotion, reason, and the gap between us there. So people who are behaving badly in Nigeria are not peculiar. They are like the same people who were in Germany. They are like people who are doing MAGA in America. And politicians are very clever in manipulating those weaknesses that human beings have. When the politicians are bad, they can manipulate it even more terribly. So, what can be done? You can build a different political party. You can build a political party based on values, based on strategy, based on a worldview, based on certain ethics. This is what some of us are still working on. I'm very pleased that Chief Ralph Ukemos, who is sitting at me here, he and a group of others and us are still working on building that great party that will bring together the best of our best, but not just into another party, but into one that is clearly laid down what really we stand for, and will work to advance it. That is something Nigeria needs, and we have to continue to work towards it. I think we raised the question of strong people and institutions, raise the issue of Ogun State. That one is a really funny issue. I don't even know how to deal with it. When a fully grown man who has become a governor invents a lie, complete total lie, there's no basis for it. It's not like there's this smoke, so that's the fire. Just wakes up and invents a lie. A man who has never done business with Ogun State, that they paid him a personal non-grata. For what reason? But you know why they say such things? They believe you are gullible. And once they say something, you say, hey, you know it. Yes. And nobody questions them. Nobody holds them accountable. They say nonsense all the time. But they didn't know it. Didn't know it was doing Patriots. Who will get on television and in the face and you bastard, tell me where it happened. Most of us don't do that. So they get away with it. They keep doing it. You know? Anyway, we need to have civics, and to train people into it. You know, the question was asked, how do we build institutions? One of the best research and writing philosophy around institutions offered by a gentleman called Douglas North, who won the Nobel Prize in Economics largely around his 1990 book titled Institutional Change and Economic Performance. And Dougie North's central thesis is that you don't decree institutions into existence. The point that Obi was making. You don't say there is a new central bank act, so we have created an institution. It's not an institution. This is that institutions evolve. They evolve out of the various parties who are interested, fighting each other, and then one day say, okay, look, for the interest of a level playing field, let's agree that this will happen. And eventually it becomes what Ronald Coase, who also won a Nobel Prize in Economics for his work around this, calls a settled habits of a community. Institutions are settled habits of communities. And it is only in all of us becoming interested and saying, no, you can't do that. No, and quarrel about it. But ultimately, eventually, an institution evolves. Not in a decree that somebody sent to National Assembly. That is only going to be, an agency of government. It's like EFCC. Somebody was lamenting EFCC. I saw it on the internet. EFCC is more corrupt than every person that investigated. One governor said in a meeting, look, don't worry. One of the commissioners said, Excellency, softly, I just suggested this project can run you into trouble. The guy said, my friend, stop, all you have to do is keep 500 million for EFCC, keep 500 million for the judiciary. Make sure you make enough to keep those two. By the time you take care of EFCC, take care of the judiciary, and you get bail, that's the end of the matter. The governor said that in a cabinet meeting. So, I was part of creating EFCC. One of the first things President Obasanjo did in 1999 is set up a committee to look at what was called institutions of transparency in government. This Sojo Pampa was here, was part of that committee. General Ishola Williams was part of it. They even brought somebody from Transparency International in London, Neville Linton, was part of it. Deputy Inspector General of Police, Abang Wushishi, was part of that committee. Nasima President at the time, Ngoha Okeke, was part of the committee. I was the chairman. Secretary was Ambassador Emeka Azikiwe. For months, we worked and labored. And among the recommendations, what became the EFCC? Sometimes I'm embarrassed at the things I hear about the EFCC. So it's not an institution. It is an agency. How does it become an institution? That is what happens when you and I say, EFCC, quit. This is not how you do things. And enough of us say it, that one day, if you're in EFCC, you'll be afraid of consequence. So Atinuke's question, I was godfatherism in politics. Look, people are going to try and play the game. It's left for voters to stop them. When voters reject godfathers, I give you a small example. I'm taking so much time. South Korea used to have this godfather politics. South Korea used to have money bags dominate politics. That was until a certain leader of the South Korea Electoral Commission decided, look, we're going to base politics on debates. And so there will be debates in the classroom, debates on the streets, debates everywhere. By the time that became the culture of South Korean politics, the money bags ran away. Because they couldn't articulate the ideas for the debates. That's why politics of South Korea matured up. I said this and challenged my friend, Professor Jega, when he was chairman at INEC. It was at NIIA there, the lecture he gave there. I said it because I knew he would lead the delegation to South Korea, and that the chairman told him these same things that I was saying. He said, yes, you are right, but I don't have much time anymore to try and do that kind of thing. I'm about to leave. Our country has unfortunately, come so far down that it needs citizens to rescue it. Powerful, appointed people, elected people cannot save Nigeria anymore. Kayode Fayemi said as much at the Emeka Obasi lecture when NEB asked the question. You people you make so much, you talk so much about this, you went into government, what happened? And Kayode Fayemi said, look, what he has found out is that the system is so wired that by the time you get into government, you are not focusing on those things you used to say. You are just looking to survive in the system. So no politician can save you. If you want to save your country, you have to do it yourself as citizens. It was clarified me here in Lagos a few months ago. And this is what drives this kind of initiative, to mobilize citizen movement and pressure to redeem Nigeria. And that question was, without connection, you can't get a job. Part of the rot. But I want to tell you that there are still places where we avoid rot. And you can see that the places thrive. Look, I've been living in the United States. I can't even rest from people sending me text messages that their children want to enter Pan-Atlantic University. And Pan-Atlantic University is the mother that was begotten by the daughter being the Lagos Business School. So powerful friends, everybody's calling me. I try to explain to them, but they don't understand that I cannot influence admission in Pan-Atlantic University. It must be by merit. If you don't pass, if you like be the son of the vice chancellor, you will not get a place there. Of course, when two people are equally qualified, and they know the pedigree of one person over another, they might say, okay, at least we know that where the person is coming from might be a better person. But that I can come and say, look, don't take that person who scored 390, I don't know what it is, and take this person who scored 275. It's not possible. Not in the system that we have created in the place. Yes. So that's what is important for us to do. At practical ways of building strong institutions. I've just talked about it. You just have to essentially all get involved, and the result of getting involved is what the evolution of it. Thank you. Ikolo, maybe you can
They have been so well spent. In 2007, after we founded the African Democratic Congress, ADC, we were looking for a brand. And we looked for a brand. And all of us that were the foundation members started looking for somebody who will represent that what we have in mind in forming the party. Myself, the National Secretary, who is from the North, guys from across the country. After we did our internal survey, we said the person who will represent the image we have in mind in forming the party is one person, Patriots. That was 2007. And we looked for him. People were looking for us to be the candidate for our party, but we left Abuja. We looked for him, and we spoke with him and dragged him into the party ADC to run, because we wanted to give ADC a brand. Hoping that our people, Nigerians, will, this is the guy we've always seen. We've all known him from 1980 something. He's been a public activist. He's been preaching something consistently from 80 something. When I got to know him, I came back from America. I got to know him. And up till now, the same thing. And it's unfortunate our system or our country, we are where we are now. And I can tell you, when I worked with Togo Kadiko, 1999, how powerful the corrupting influence in Nigeria can be, especially around politics. There were these two guys who always reported to Tuba's home. They were elected to the federal house and they came from a very humble background. One of them, a retired police sergeant, and another one, a retired headmaster. But they were elected. The community decided these are our best. And the community more or less helped them to get there. But you know what happened? When they got to Abuja, the corruption process started to hit. The first thing was they were checked into either a Transcorp, then it was Nikon. They were checked into Transcorp, or I think there was one other pickup, and Sheraton. Here, and they spent almost, the time they spent it. Then, from that, I think after, within a week or two, they were each handed almost, I think then, 12 million naira check to plan to furnish their houses. And these are persons who then I'm not sure they are seeing, if I say 100,000, that's big, you know, and their, their constituencies elected them to go because they found them to be good, you know, to have had good records. After the 12 million naira check, I think now it's about 24 that something million that you get the moment, the first week or 2 weeks. I am only saying this so that we also become a lot more aware, because I see some of the young persons getting, you know, just being lured one way or the other. Now, after that, the next thing they got into was when the campaign for the leadership of the different houses started. Ghana Must Go started moving. Any hotel room where you are, they will look for you to get you Ghana Must Go because they want you to vote this way. After that, they now received offers from banks. Come, you can buy a house instead of staying in that house. We give you the money. And you now discover some young men and women who wanted to go and serve their constituencies now saw themselves almost embroiled in almost big corruption stuff. Some of them forgot about the service they went there for. And that's how the institutions we have in place corrupt our minds and a lot of our people. In this last election, you know, I know that we are aware that Labour Party did, you know, a big surprise happened, and some people won the election just standing on Labour Party. They got to Abuja. Each of them immediately, the 24 million or whatever got to them. And not just that, before long, they started talking about this palliative economy. And almost all of them we had got about 200 million. You know the influence of that? So the more we create the awareness, it will help all of us. And it will help the Nigerian nation. Because at times, you're not thinking about going to Abuja or getting involved in this to dirty your hands. But the system has so much, the corrupting influence of our institutions and the system in place is so much that we must all be aware and be guided. And forums like this, very, very useful. The last thing I would say, because I would say, you know, when we started the party agency, we thought that within the first 4 years, because things have gotten so bad, we saw it. Things got so bad that within 4 years or 8 years, that the change must happen. At times, it's not that easy. By 2027, we'll be almost 20 years in this struggle. 20 years. And I think one of the speakers here said earlier that it could be very lonely. It could be very lonely. And it can run you, it can run your pocket so dry. At times it's so lonely that you're holding onto that value and God to see you through. So, but at times we say, the stage where we are now, we must do something. And I'm very, as Prof, each time Prof invites me for something, I know that it's something rich. And I always queue up. And before this time, I met him in some other places. So, but values for everybody, you know, it's, you know, the highest place that's anybody could stand and you feel strong about yourself. Because most people, I mean, I'm from Anambra State, and I've had people within the system who's been all sorts and done everything. But 4 years after being there, 8 years after being there, and so on, where are they? Where are the people who are speaking? In Anambra State, for instance, now, Chuba Kadibo has gone, Ekweme is gone, and all of a sudden you look around, you don't see all of those people who's been former commissioner, former senator, former this, and so on speaking. And it's the same thing in all our different constituencies. Therefore, where I want to believe that for all of you making time to show up today, and the people who are watching us from that's the other persons who are on Zoom and so on, you're doing a great thing. And it's what we are doing now that can save this country, because we are coming to the head of everything. On the political party side, so some of us, we've sacrificed everything and so on, and we are working. What we are doing may crystallize to building a party that will have the values to change this country. Depends on the people, you. But the political party, I want to say this, the political party is not a mulwe. If we continue to feel that political party is just somewhere you jump into so that you can win the next election, we won't get it right. It's the foundational institution that will help our democracy and help to shape our values, and our people will know the party they are electing because of their values. The parties will be strong enough to hold the people they are electing accountable, and so on. And a lot of work is going on. We need the expertise of people like Professor Patrick Tommy and a lot of you who are here to make it work. But it needs to work for us to save our nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. I'll just make my brief as we begin to wrap up, please. It actually pains my heart at this moment, knowing that the fear is there in my heart that we may gather again October 1st next year to bemoan the evils and the ills of Nigeria without anything having changed, or even things haven't gone worse from what it is today. I would just go straight to speak to TNT's solution to the questions that were raised today. The questions on National Strategic Plan, the questions on accountability and leadership, what we can do to build better institutions, how to stop electorates voting on polarized ends of ethnicity and religion, and how to even build better institutions. Okay, the new tried solution to it stems from the point of view that the change actually begins with me. The change begins with you. All right. So first and foremost, if the change actually is going to begin with you, the change is going to begin with me. It begins first and foremost from asking, do I know what is wrong with this country? There's too much of complaint, there's too much of talk, all right? But complaints do not exactly point to explain what is wrong. Do I know what is wrong with Nigeria? Do I know what is exactly wrong that I'm complaining about? If I have answers to that, then do I know what needs to be done? It's not sufficient to say that there's hunger in the land Why is there hunger? Like a prof said earlier, a lot of persons in Germany at the Nazi time were just saying that the problem was the Jew. Is the problem in Nigeria today the Igbo man? Is the problem the Fulani man? Is the problem me? Or would the problem really be you? Or is it just the system? What is wrong and what needs to be done? If I identify what needs to be done in a particular sphere, because what I think is wrong is probably right, and what you think is wrong may probably be right, then when we are speaking to it is from our point of view. Because what I'm seeing is wrong is probably from the climate end, personally. All right. So because if we say, if Nana is speaking, she probably says what is wrong is you are not bringing the women to the table. Okay. And then when Veteran Che is speaking, he will say it's because when we don't have a constitution, we have a document. All right. But maybe when I'm speaking, I would say it's because of desert encroachment. So because of desert encroachment, the Fulani headsman is looking for where to feed his cattle. He's feeding it on the farms, on the farmer's land, and the farmer is defending his farmland. And so that's the reason for the farmer-herder clashes. And because of these clashes, there's no food. And then I'm saying that, because there is flooding, that contributed to the no food, and that's why there's hunger. That's my own point of view. It's probably right. But Aranche is probably right, because without the constitution, you would also have the wrong people in government, and the wrong people in government will give you the gap in the operation of the institution, and that also would mean that corruption will perpetuate, and you will not have value from government. He's probably right. Okay, so now the new tribe gives me the opportunity to actually take what I have seen as being the issue with Nigeria and what I have seen as the solution, to put it on a platform where there will be a conversation around it. So I am not acting alone in pursuing the solution I have seen as a path to success for Nigeria. So now there's a conversation. Because there's a conversation, I find a partner that can work with me to bring about that solution. That's one value that the new tribe is bringing. All right, so if I have seen who can get it done, who can bring the solution, and I am able to bring the conversation to the platform, then we would be able to actually start advocating for it. That is where people who are the media frontliners can now begin to pursue it. We have identified what is wrong. We have identified what can be done. We have identified who can get it done. And now we'll begin to speak to those people to say, this is what should be done. This is what you should do. This is how to get it done. And then these advocacy teams are beginning to speak to them from local government front to state front to national front, on TV, on radio, on social media, in town hall meetings like this. This is what the new tribe is providing, a platform where everyone who has seen an issue with this country and has identified a solution to it can actually speak to it and gather momentum and take it to who needs to get it done. And so there's a concerted effort with it. From those who are advocating for it to building action groups across different fault lines. Okay, so there's an action group in my local government, there's an action group in my state, there's an action group in an industry front, there's action group on thought lines, who now begins to act on the solution that you have identified as the problem, solution to the problem that you have seen in this country. All right. Now, this will begin to bed solutions in industries. For people like me, we have seen certain solutions to certain issues in our own region, and we are advocating some changes in my own region to the problems that we are seeing there, and it's betting an industry. We would do the same if it is your own region that is having that same conversation. All right. And this will also lead to the building of institutions. This will lead to the birthing of a new constitution, or actually, as the Patriots would say, the birthing of the constitution. All right. It will also bring about the raising of people of the solution to the missing link in the policies that we have in Nigeria. The truth is that Nigeria has great policies. We have fantastic documents. We have built systems, but the problem is the people factor. If you look at INEC today, INEC has a wonderful system and policy that would deliver the right kind of election better than what you saw in South Africa. Nigeria's election can be conducted and you will be seeing the result live on your phone by our policy and document that we have today. The problem is that missing link, the human factor. And why are we having the wrong human factor? The system that produces those human factors, it is the system and the constitution that is producing the wrong human factor in it. It is because of that human factor that someone will jettison the document that he is sworn to protect and actually decide by himself to call the wrong results. That human factor can be raised the right way through the TNT. All right. So that's what we are raising here. All right. And we can actually build the right platforms from our local government, from the ward level to the state level to the national level by joining in what TNT is doing. If you yourself have seen that there is a fault line, you have seen that there is a problem with any aspect of this country, come on board the TNT and bring your solution to the fore so that as we build conversations around it, we can translate your conversation into workable solutions, and those workable solutions to systems and to talk points to a point that we can advocate for it, and from advocating for it to building systems that will actually transform this country to the kind of nation that we all have dreamt about. I want to welcome you to the new tribe. Be a part of it. Thank you.
Let me just in closing remark that it is important that we all engage. Go to the website, the portal, thenewtribe.ng. Become part of a cohort, engage in conversation in that cohort or with more than one cohort. You can choose to be more than one cohort. And please let us try and come up with solutions which we ourselves implement to make a difference. Because a new Nigeria truly is possible, and Nigeria will rise up again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's jam our hands together for them as they make their way to their seats, please. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite Mr. Paul, the Planning Committee Chairperson, to come and close the gathering.
Wow. Thank you so much for all our participants who have been with us from when we started in the morning, and you've all kept faith. And I'm sure you will all agree with me that it's been a wonderful learning experience today, right? Please, let's give ourselves a round of applause. As you have heard, we are betting a new country, a new tribe, a new people. That's why we continue to take this message. And I would like to reiterate, please go to the website, register so that you continue to follow our update on how to solidify and make this new tribe a bigger and larger than we ever expect. So I want to thank every one of us. Thank you, Prof, for convening this. Thank you all our speakers, Nana, everybody, Vetranshi, and all who have actually come and gone. It's been a wonderful day. And as you travel back, go back, we wish you all a safe journey. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to our MCs, our live band, and everybody. It's been very good. Thank you.
Let me quickly ask Mr. Paul to please hold on while I call the planning committee members to join him here for a group photograph. I'd like to call Susan Eshet, Salvation Alaibo, Nana Kazare, and then Francisca Uka Biala to please come forward for a group photograph, please. Please come forward. Constance, please come forward. Thank you. Prof. Prof.
Rugged Records. Rugged Records.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. So let's enjoy the soft music, and then this is to thank Gift Revolution. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much. It's been great and fantastic having you all with us today. Thank you so much. So let's continue with the networking, meet new people, exchange numbers, connect with new faces, and let's continue with the smiles as well.
Once again, it's me, the individual running the game physical. I'm here to open my mouth again and yarn spiritual to speak from my heart. Let you know where they been me as people they bite and talk about me up in this industry. Where them been day when I they speak for mechanics and shoemakers and they talk around the subject like our lawmakers. Before I dropped the hand, the industry was messed up. Fakers they rule, why real rappers them they stressed up. Nobody did a damn thing until I came through. I cleared the whole area. Now real rappers have a say too. Now people they listen to them, come for our shows and clap for them. Some they take them to the next level with hip-hop forums. From Nigeria, the world only know Juju, Fuji, and Afrobeat. But we all know hip-hop is running the streets. Waiting will make them know where your music come from. In the long run, now the fusion of grammar, your slang, and your mother tongue. I'm tired of people discussing. I don't switch from smile to frown. I'm tired of so-called hip-hop heads whispering that I ain't holding it down. Say I don't change from the way I be before. Say now they spit for pigeons. They prefer me when I be hardcore. Like when I drop what if and split the airwaves. But financially that left me grounded like Nigerian Airways. What if I tell you I only do 1 or 2 shows? What if them no pay me well enough to buy 1 good shoe or some good clothes? And say for play, had a hand and let me know what it'll take for me to rearrange and eventually blow. While you sit around and talk, our elders mock us, discuss about too much metaphorical outer space. When some rap, they don't know where they come from. Back then, 2 rappers on stage was like 7 throwing a tantrum. We need to change that.